of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. One in Texas flag, the pledge of allegiance to the flag, one flag under God, one indivisible.
All right, and today we're gonna have, oh, please stay standing. We're gonna have Pastor Mann come up to the podium and lead us in a prayer.
Good morning. I can get this.
Morning.
here. Okay. So let's just all be together as one mind and one heart in this room. As we say, dear God, as we gather here this morning, we ask your blessing on this meeting and on each participant here today. May each one be aware that our highest wisdom and guidance is that still small voice within us all, and may we always listen. Bless each one here with the wisdom and the dedication to carry out each duty and responsibility with the highest principles and ideals of this office. Guide every deliberation and decision that may be made today and be made for the highest and best good of all who reside here now and in the future. We bless these wonderful people who come here and give of their service to the authority of this governance of this county, knowing they will uphold each office with the utmost dedication to God's highest principles. Bless this beautiful county, and may all who serve in any capacity work together for its highest good. We give thanks for this commissioner's court and affirm the strength and the wisdom for each of them as they step into these responsibilities. May they always be champions of justice and right action. We thank you, God, for we know that these requests have been granted even as we speak these names, these words, and so it is. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And Pastor Mann is a pastor at the Unity Church. Thank you. All right, roll call.
Commissioner Cheney,
Here.
Commissioner Casterline,
Here.
Commissioner Russo,
Here.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Here.
and Judge Goddessa.
I am present and we have a full court. At this time, we'll be hearing from citizens on citizens to be heard. We have Martha. I can't see your last name. Haps. You want to go second? Okay, you'd like to talk during the proclamation? Okay. How about Mitzi Ann McBee? Okay, sounds good. We'll move on. All right, item number 1. We got a presentation of proclamation. Go. Item number 1, do we have a motion? Do we need one?
No, it's just. I would move to approve the proclamation number P10/2023, proclaiming July 19th through 25th, 2023 as National Pollinator Week.
I'll second that.
All right.
Right. Judge Commissioners, Proclamation P10/2023. Whereas pollinators such as thousands of species of bees are essential partners in producing much of our food supply. And whereas pollinators provide significant environmental benefits that are necessary for maintaining healthy, diverse ecosystems in cities and counties. And whereas pollination plays a vital role for the trees and other plants of our community, enhancing our quality of life and creating recreational and economic development opportunities. And whereas the County of Aransas manages public sites and landscaping, including Aransas Pathways Natural Sites, which promote an appreciation for natural areas, including the protection of pollinators and other wildlife and the maintenance of their habitats. And whereas the County of Aransas supports the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension, including the Master Gardener Program, which promotes planting native plants and other practices to support pollinators and habitat conservation. Now, therefore, I, Judge Ray Garza, County Judge of Aransas County, along with the Aransas County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim the week of June 19th through 25th, 2023 as our county's observance of National Pollinator Week.
All right, ladies, would you like to come up and say a few words? And a photo. Yes.
I'm Martha Hoblisel. I'm a master gardener. I live in Ingleside, and I'm also a member of the Ingleside Garden Club. I just want to add, mosquitoes are insects that we can't stand, but we need to rethink the spraying of mosquitoes, because when they spray mosquitoes, they don't just kill mosquitoes. And we need bees. And without bees, if bees were to be extinct, the human race would go deceased, because we would not have the plants.
All right, thank you. Ladies, would y'all like to say a few words? Anybody else? All right, let's take a photo. Just right up here.
Hey, Sam. Because we can see you after this.
You have the proclamation.
Oh, that's right here, but it's outside.
One, two, three. One more time on three. One, two.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for what you do.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick.
Aye.
And Judge Scottison.
Aye, passes 5-0. Move on to item number, or you move on to the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the items on the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
All right, and I just want to acknowledge a couple of donations. We got a $43 donation from Nadiza and Terry Red for the Animal Care Services Spay Neuter Program. We also got a donation of $900 for a washer and dryer from Amber Lewisburg for animal control, or I'm sorry, Aransas County Animal Care Services. Let's go and vote.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
and Judge Scottison.
Aye, passes 5-0. We have item number 6.
I move that we table the consideration of the first quarter 2023 report of the Texas Maritime Museum.
Second.
Yeah,
Second.
got a motion, got a second?
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
and Judge Scottison.
Aye, we're going to table this. All right, item number 7.
I move that we approve accepting a permanent 20-foot wide drainage easement from Joanne McLester as depicted on the attached exhibit, and authorize the county judge to execute necessary documents.
I'll second that.
Got a motion, got a second. Morning, Mr. Reed.
Good morning. This easement is going to be used to help drain Copano Heights. There is another easement that'll come at the next Commissioner's Court, but this is one of two. Any questions?
Nope. We good. Go and vote.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
and Judge Scottison.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 8.
Move to approve authorizing county judge to sign change order number 2 for Bahia Bay Drainage Improvements Project. Change order is $98,627.42. Increase in the contract with Gerke Excavating.
I'll second that.
Got a motion, got a second, Mr. Reed.
All right, this is the Bahia Bay project. It is finished, not quite closed out yet, but the construction is done. The bulk of this change order was redoing the pavement, that the damage was more extensive than the engineers thought. They did a great job. It's a good project.
Pretty quick too.
Yeah.
Yeah, very quick.
I would like to also add, David, this project is paid through the ARPA grant funds or the ARPA funds, so it's not going to affect the general fund.
David, can you give the court some information that you told me the other day when we took a tour of how it's working?
Okay, well, I've slept since then, but I'll try. So this project included a water quality structure that we had bought, and it's under the pavement now. And right after they had gotten that in, we did have a pretty good rain, and we popped the top of that structure, and it was full of floatables, cans and bags and trash and things like that. So I have high hopes that the water quality component is going to work well with this, and being discharged directly into a canal is pretty important to stop the.
David, you looked inside the catch trap, but how was it in the actual canal? Was it marked difference than what we would have expected to see?
Well, the water is still kind of murky looking,
Well, no, I'm not
But-
talking about
but
sediment, I'm talking about floaties.
yeah, there wasn't any floaties in there. The other day when the judge and I went out there was a lot of grass floating, but that was from the outside coming in. But it's a good project.
It was, to be the amount of traffic that we have on the coast road. I was really impressed with how well they handled it. Of all the
Yes.
people who live out there, I had one complaint, and he really wasn't complaining, he
Yeah.
just wants it done.
Yeah, they got that box across the highway in
Man,
2
short
days or
time,
something.
yeah.
It's really quick.
David, I spoke with someone who lives out in that area Saturday, and he was very complimentary of the job. He thought TxDOT had done it, but I explained to him that really it was the county who had funded that. So he said kudos to the county.
Well, thanks for clarifying that.
Yes, sir.
All right, I appreciate it, David. Thank you. Let's go.
Commissioner Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
and Judge Cuttleson.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 9.
I move to approve entering into a contract with the Department of State Health Services Vital Statistics Section and Aransas County to allow the county clerk's office to provide service of providing birth certificates for anyone born in the state of Texas.
I'll second that.
Got a motion, got a second.
I have
Madam-
questions.
Madam County Clerk.
And I have my vital statistics clerk because she actually knows more about this than I do.
My question, will we be able to offer this service without adding additional staff?
Yes,
Okay,
we currently provide that service.
okay. For birth certificates in the county, right?
Yes,
And
and
this is expanding it to,
we already do out of the state. They're called, what's the term for them?
They're remote,
Remote.
and this is the renewal.
This is just a 5-year renewal that's required.
okay. And does this generate revenue or does it serve as break even?
It does generate revenue, a lot
Okay.
of revenue, actually.
And my other question, which you just answered, was, is it a new service? But no, it's a
No.
renewal. Okay,
Correct.
great. Thank you.
Didn't we suspend this for a while after Harvey?
We did.
We didn't have the right security and some of the.
It was
documents.
meeting security measures for the paper. And so they, last year,
About the same.
okay, so we had to buy a huge safe to keep that paper in.
All right. Well, any further questions?
Did you introduce the person who does this job?
This is Crystal Powell, our vital statistics clerk, who does an amazing job.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, let's vote.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
and Judge Cuttleson.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 10.
I move to approve the annual county clerk archive plan as required by local government code section 118.011 F.
Second.
All right, got a motion, got a second. Madam County Clerk.
Y'all have any questions?
Yes, what do the initials BOY mean?
Oh, man, I knew you were gonna ask that question too.
Well, I went through here and I could not find it referenced, so I was just curious.
But year, the last one is year. Can't remember what the first one is.
You can send it to me, all right? I'll still.
I will send it
All
to you.
right, thank you.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo.
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
and Judge Gottison.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 11.
Move to approve authorizing the county judge to use Stellar Energy Solutions and Energy Broker Service to locate and price electrical services for the county.
I'll second it.
Got a motion? Got a second? Yes, you may approach. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good
Good morning, sir.
I'm Tim Clark, President of Stellar Energy Solutions, Miss Becky Mays, Marketing Director of Stellar. And we have put together a proposal for you guys to take a look at and see if we could earn the business to save the county some money to reallocate funds to whatever projects you may have in the future. Any questions before I thumb through?
No, but I want to make a statement that we are shopping around for new energy because our current provider is, I don't know, how do you say, is dropping us at the end of the year? Is that proper to say?
They are going to no longer provide coverage for smaller entities like us. They are going for big users like the state of Texas or big industry and stuff. So they will no longer furnish power to our little county
Right.
or any of their little ones.
So that's what triggered us to shop. And it was a good thing because we're actually, the numbers that have been provided from Stellar are actually, it's a savings.
Yes, and just to clarify, it's unfortunate, some of these, if I may, energy providers decide that they want bigger and better, and they forget about what got them to that level. So we went out and bid amongst three of the biggest players, came back with one that fit all the criteria that we were looking for. And just to run through some numbers on an analysis, the county uses an estimated annual usage of 3.2 million kilowatt hours. Okay. At an average rate of what you're currently paying with your current provider is 0.887 cents per kilowatt hour. With Stellar Energy Solutions, starting in June 2024, you're looking at a 1 month savings of $4,900, close to $5,000 a month savings. And we've secured a 5-year contract over the term of the 5 years. Well, let me back up. The annual estimated savings would be $64,000, give or take, right? And the 5-year would be $321,731 savings to the county, bottom line. Questions?
That's a good thing.
Are there any charges? I think I remember in the past, we had some issues with the number of meters that we had that there was. So have all of those type of things been taken into account? I don't know that we had them on our current one, but in the past, we've had some issues. They didn't count all the meters, or there was something that came up.
I know with our current provider, we have so many meters on the contract. And if you add anything over that, if you're not removing one and adding a new one, it's a little bit different charge. It's not under the same contract. They do a separate contract for it.
And if I may highlight that, sir. So with us, what we set up in this contract is there's an add delete clause. So if obviously you guys are going to move to the bigger building over here. So if you were to switch meters, there's no penalty, no different rate. That's what we call sidecard to your contract. Same rate, same term, same everything. So regardless if you add or delete along the way, those will just be added or taken off at no charge to the county, no fluctuation in rate. It'll remain the same as initially signed upon. So,
as far as you're brokering it to other retail providers, right?
yes, sir.
So in the winter storm we had a couple years ago, there were some ancillary charges that hit the county for a pretty good chunk. And I think we negotiated them out. I believe the county did at that time. It wasn't really part of the court. But how is that going to be addressed in this rate?
Well, so in this contract, you are protected with 100% bandwidth protection. So it doesn't mean if you use 1 million or you use 1 kilowatt hour, there'll be no fluctuation in your rate. Now, with that particular example of the polar vortex that we experienced, the entire state of Texas was hit with those fees due to ERCOT. You know, ERCOT is the regulatory agency that really sets the price for that.
Right.
I can't foresee what they'll do in the future if we do experience that. I know that it went all the way up to state legislation to change some laws to prevent consumers from having absorbed those huge cost that came down. But with this contract here, regardless of anything, it states in the language, there will be no change. Now, if ERCOT says the whole state of Texas is going to pay, well, I mean, we really have no control over that, unfortunately. So,
Okay, thank you.
yes, sir.
I have a question that sort of goes along with Commissioner Casterline's question.
Yep.
Will you inventory the meters that are actually working and needed? Because I noticed a few months ago when I was looking at some charges that we have some meters that say their location is 301 North Live Oak, and there's not much going on at 301 North Live Oak anymore. One, that's where the courthouse was, but there isn't really anything over there to be a draw except maybe a street light or something. So will you check the meters to make sure that they're accurate, or will we be doing that for you?
Well, so I have a meter list now that we've incorporated. I mean, we will do another run through to make sure that we do have all meters correct. In reference to the address, the meter can be 301 and the service address can be 302. That's all designated by AEP. So there may be a difference in the meters. I did notice looking through, there were some meters, a handful that had zero usage, zero charge, but you were still being charged from AEP for the delivery aspect of that. If it comes to the point you say, hey, we no longer need meter X, we will take that off. But we're happy to do all the legwork to go through and inventory what you guys really need on the contract versus what's just kind of floating out there that's charging $5 a month for no reason.
Right.
If you need power, great. If not, we can take that off.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can I clarify what we're doing today? Are we just entering into an agreement with Stellar today for you to look for a provider for us, and you'll be coming back to the court whenever you find a provider with a contract for them to approve?
We have a contract today with pricing.
That is not on our agenda today. Our agenda item is just to approve entering into a relationship with Stellar. So we would have to come back before the court to approve a contract.
Sure.
Okay.
When is the start of the proposed contract?
June of 2024. June 25th, 2024 is the current expiration date.
So that price is locked in until that date. So, I mean, right now, say we didn't meet again till next month, or how does that affect the pricing?
The price changes every day. So we would
Okay.
refresh on day of for that pricing. Yeah. So it will change from day to day based on whatever the market does. But today, hypothetically, it would be the 705.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now, you're talking about your charges, not including ERCOT or taxes or anything else that's involved in that.
Cost of electricity only. You guys are a tax exempt organization.
Right.
So we're comparing price to price, what you're currently paying versus what you would pay with
Yeah,
Stellar
sure.
Hudson. Yes, sir.
So our actual cost will, ERCOT's allowed to do anything. I mean, that, I'm really worried about ERCOT.
It's daunting.
And are
Yeah, no.
y'all encouraging things like, I'm just looking at your philosophy, you encouraging things like the wind farms and the solar and everything, or just kind of staying away from that?
It's kind of a catch-22 in a sense, because to go green, you actually have to purchase a cert. So you're paying more of a premium to have that certification. Hey, we're going green. So there is a premium built into that, oddly enough. We don't
So there's
steer
premium
towards one
because you're saving
direction.
Money, right?
Sir?
It's premiums because you're saving money.
And then as far as solar, if that's something the county wanted to look at, we don't do that
I'm
personally.
not advocating. I'm just,
Yeah.
there's two additional sources that.
We just keep it sweet and short. Here's the rate, green, blue, purple, red, whatever color the energy is. We want to save you guys some money.
So you're just gonna take whatever comes off of 100-327-894, whatever.
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? All right, let's go and vote.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo. Aye. Commissioner Dukenyak.
Aye.
Judge Garth.
Aye, passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you. All right, item number 12.
I move to approve authorizing county judge to sign a letter of commitment to provide 35,000 of Go Mesa funds to go forward toward the match of a SERPA grant to provide engineering and design components of the project titled Nuka Marsh Shoreline Protection
I'll
Phase 2.
second that.
Got a motion, got a second. Mr. Strothman, good morning.
Good morning. This project, Newcomb Point, was a project that we had originally put in our long-term coastal resiliency plan back in 2014. We had a number of attempts to find funding for this project and came up short. Texas Parks and Wildlife has proceeded on with it because they are basically in control of that area. And so they proceeded. So a year and a half ago, we provided $50,000 towards the preliminary engineering work on this project. And they've come back to us for $35,000 to go towards final engineering so they can move forward with the project. So I'm proposing that we provide that with our Go Mesa funds.
So they feel confident they're gonna get the
The grant,
grant?
yes.
So John, the letter that was attached to that agenda
Mm-hmm.
memo states that Aransas County has a commitment to provide 50,000. And that letter is dated.
They've adjusted it since then down to 35.
Okay, so that letter that was attached will be corrected before it's sent out?
Yes,
All right,
I think it has been correct. I'll just double check.
and then this is all for engineering services, right?
Correct.
It doesn't involve anything with
No.
construction.
Mm-mm.
So after the engineering is done, how are they anticipating funding the construction?
That I have not provided that information yet. I'm assuming they'll go out for bids and go out for different types of grants. There are some KEPRA grants that are no match.
Thank you.
What's a Kepler grant?
It's a state grant run through the General Land Office. It's a coastal resiliency grant.
Okay, that's what it was.
Any further questions? All right,
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garrison.
aye, passes 5-0. Item number 13.
I move to approve authorizing the county judge to sign access easements for the Bay Shore Drive Shoreline Restoration Project, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality Contract number 582-21-22184.
Second.
Got a motion, got a second. Mr. Strothman.
Okay. This is the long project of Bay Shore Drive. We had 3 areas, what we had to provide access easements. Originally, they were in the city's name. We had granted permission to use those access easements, but Department of Treasury said they want the easements in our name. So because we are the primary on this project. So we've gone through and gotten new signatures from the 2 property owners plus the HOA. And we're ready to go. We had our pre-bid meeting last week and we're ready to we'll be awarding a bid very soon. So we need to get these easements to Treasury and kind of wrap up that little project. Get moving.
John, can you please share the names of the entities and people who are giving us this access?
Hang on a second. How many am I on? Mr. Johnson, 1, Mr. McClellan, I think. And the HOA.
I don't know if you were on microphone when you read the first. 2.
Okay, it's the Key Allegro Channel Canal and Property Owners Association. The other entity is. Hang on here, got to read through this stuff.
It's Charles Johnson
Charles Johnson is one of them,
and then James McCutcheon.
and James McCussion. Okay,
Commissioner Russo, could you amend your motion to include the names of the granting entities? Just for
So-
housekeeping purposes?
So move to amend and show that the easements are granted from the Allegro Canal and Property Owners Association, from independent executor Charles Johnson and manager James McCutcheon,
A second.
MCCUTCHEON.
Second that amendment.
All right. Any further questions? All right, thank you, John. And let's vote.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garrison.
Aye, passes 5-0. Thank you. Item number 14.
I move to approve change order number 7 for the construction contract between Teal Construction and Aransas County for the construction of the new Aransas County Courthouse, resulting in an increase of contract cost of $79,941.89, with no change in the length of contract, and further consisting of the following changes. Plan revision number 2 to the generator yard, cost increase $37,558. Number 2, plumbing roof drains, cost increase $38,346.82. Number 3, framing plumbing pipes, cost increase of $3,073.55. Number 4, ceiling revisions for corner offices, cost increase of $13,933.52. Number 5, thermary wood soffit material change, cost decrease $21,000. Change in locks, cost increase of $8,030.
I'll second that.
Got a motion? Got a second? Mr. Strothman, Mr. Williams? So you scrutinized all the changes?
We have, thank you, Judge Garza. The design team, PGAL, myself, and I have deliberated with the contractor over many days with these changes to assess the cost and the revisions that are required that are set forth in this change order. And we all agree that this is a necessary change and that the work and the cost are reasonable.
Why is the main necessity for the generator pad? I guess that's what that's for.
I'm sorry, what?
Electrical. If these were these all originally in the building plans, or have these changed because of the actual building structure? Or what's changed to cause us to have to do this?
Well, we have made some changes to the generator pad.
Like what?
Well, there was a modification to the manual transfer switch and some location of power lines that had already been installed. These conduit were installed back when we were pouring concrete and driving pile. And since then, we've made these modifications and has required the manual transfer switch to be changed, the location of it to be changed, along with the surround that encloses the generator from visual sight. We modified that architecture a bit. And that resulted in this $37,558 change.
And that begs up one more question, and we don't have it on automatic transfer? The generator's not on that automatic transfer?
Yes, it is on an automatic transfer
it in
switch. There's a manual transfer switch as well.
What caused the manual transfer switch to be relocated? What's the reason behind that?
I'll defer. Justin, are you here? Would you like to speak to that? Sure.
Just before he does that, on a generator of that size, is it usual to have a manual and an automatic relay or transfer?
Well, it's an automatic transfer switch on the generator that automatically switches over to emergency power if in the event of a power outage. But the manual transfer switch, you want to explain a little bit more about this, Justin?
Sure. So the manual transfer switch, if for testing or anything else, you can go out there and manually change the power from house power being provided by whoever to.
So it's a function issue rather than a
Correct.
design issue.
Correct.
And did we not have that in the original generator plans?
That was in there. The change that is involved with this change order here was adding a separate load bank, and the size of the actual unit needed to be adjusted so that it would fit on the site. The conduits for that original equipment was run actually to the east side of the transfer pad that had to end up being rerouted to the west side in order to make it fit and line up and be able to be tied in.
And so was that primarily due to the fact it took so long to get the generator?
I don't think it had a function of the length of time to get the generator. It's just the functionality of the whole system.
Why was it put on the east side when you do on the west side?
I think it was just a matter of the size of the unit and the way that it laid out and how it all configured in. The load bank was, I believe, added after the original design of the transfer or the transformer to figure out how it was going to incorporate into the building. And so just the way that it had to fit on the site needed to be relocated.
It seems to me that there are a great number, and I realize change orders will occur with any construction project. I work for an engineering firm, so I'm familiar with them. But it just seems like there have been an inordinate number of changes that are requested after the fact that it seems if there had been better coordination between the design team, as you call it, and our management, construction management company, I don't believe we would have all of these, what I consider errors. And it's very frustrating. I know it's frustrating for the taxpayers in this county, and it's frustrating for me as a taxpayer in this county to continue to see where we're adding more and more money to this project. It just feels like we are not getting the services for which we have paid.
I agree with Commissioner Russo. It seems like when you have a project of this scope, there's a lot of checking and double checking. And to see something like conduit isn't in the right place as far as that goes. And I know this is all done based on plans when you're putting it initially. Either there's a miscommunication somewhere along the line between what the approved plans are and the on-site construction people, but it seems to be a pretty strong occurrence of that happening. And I know it seems like some projects are $3,000 here, $3,000 there, but then, and you raise your eyebrows and you see 37,000, but it adds up to, again, it's a big money when you're looking at what we're trying to approve right here, almost $80,000. So, and you guys may not be the cause, but you need to make people aware of that because it is taxpayer money, like Pat said, like Commissioner Russo said.
Well, one thing I would like to say is that many of the changes have come due to several design changes that were performed during the designing of the project. I believe the courthouse was originally designed 3 stories and then it changed to 2 stories, which put the design team into a tailspin to recreate the drawings based on 2 different scenarios. And then it went back to 3 stories, if I'm right. And then again, back to 3 stories. And at the same time, the city hall's being built or designed. And the idea was to bid the projects simultaneously in order to capture as much savings as possible. And in doing so, the design team was put into and I'm not part of the design team, but I'm just saying that the design team was put into a little bit of a quandary because their time frame was cut dramatically for design process because of those massive changes in the project.
But I know we heard from our IT director 1 or 2 court sessions ago when we were looking at a change order to pay more for the lock system in a hallway where prisoners will be moved to and from the courtrooms. And he was given drawings that were not the most current. That's not the IT director's problem. We depend on the design team and the construction management to get our people the most current drawings from which to make changes and suggestions. If he's using drawings that are 75% done and you have drawings that are 95% done, which is, I believe, what his name is Paul, I don't know what his last name is, from PGAL, stood here and told us, that's not our problem. We're using the materials we've received from your group.
Mhm.
And I consider you all one. I know you come from different respective employers, contractors, but we depend on your professionalism to get us the most current, most correct drawings. And I don't think we've seen that at all.
Well, it's a matter of time, and obviously, when drawings are changed, they're sent out as expediently as possible. And they do go to your office for dissemination between the parties. But they're sent out in a timely manner.
I understand you saying timely manner, but when you're saying, by the same token, you mentioned that because of the design changes, it kind of puts a little upheaval in people's schedules, but you have to really look at prioritizing things. I mean, you mentioned the city hall and different things, but something like this meter enclosure, even with the size of the building or the manual transfer switch, I can't see where that would be affected by a change. You have your electrical people working on electrical. And each person has their own bailiwick pretty much that they focus on. And just ask that you would pass it on to the management team. They'd be more conscious about this because it's costing the county a lot more money than was anticipated.
Yeah, and if Justin could speak to a little bit more about the electrical modifications that went on during that course of that change, I think it might help the situation a bit.
I'm not 100% sure on how much we need to elaborate on it. I mean, like I say, it's a change that was required for the functionality of the generator to get the building to operate the way that it was intended to. The timing of the change, like Mark said, it was quick at the beginning. Changes were made to try to incorporate some of the wants from the county to get it to work correctly. And just the way that it came in and the way that the project got started, the work exceeded the drawings for a little bit, and then it had to get caught up and make it work correctly. So
Do you anticipate, I know we're talking about the changes, but I guess they're looking at now, but do you anticipate a lot more change orders, or you should have a feel for the job already.
So I'm in a position where I don't like change orders, just like you don't like them. We're here to build what's on the plans and move forward with what we've got. A lot of changes that have come up that we've priced have been the result of walkthroughs of the building where we've asked questions to move a wall, move some plugs, move this, move that, whatever. So we've gone through some of those exercises. For what it's worth, the only change order on this list that we've brought up to the design group and to you guys is a deduct. We're not in the market to try to get any more of your money to make any changes to these buildings. We were not involved in the design of the building. So the short answer, I guess, to are there going to be more change orders? That's kind of up to you guys.
I understand you're the
If we
general
keep the
contractor.
building the way it is,
Yeah.
we'd like to not have any more.
I understand you're the general contractor,
sir.
just if y'all would please pass on our concerns.
Yes, sir, we will.
I think we need to pass on our concerns though to the construction management company. Because I viewed your website, I've talked with Dr. Broadus a couple of times, and your organization is very proud of its reputation, but I will say I have not seen that level of quality with this project, and I'm disappointed in that.
Could we get an accurate list of where we are with what the value of the change orders that we've had so far?
We can get you that. I did want to add also, because of some of the deducts from the original early on, because of foundation issues and stuff, or savings that we had because of those, our price is still, even with the change orders, under what the original bid was. We have not surpassed what the original bid was for this project.
But we're not done yet.
Thank you for
No.
clarifying that.
That's due to the EV work that we did before we started the project,
EV,
or VE, value engineering. I'm sorry. But we started off with a net of like 220. We're still under that. We still haven't used that yet.
Right, and that effort was something that we, as the program managers, assisted the owner with in conjunction with the contractor to find value that we could engineer out of the project, which, as John said, was $250,000. So we were very instrumental early on in the project to look out for your money.
I just got one comment. So the ceiling revisions for corner offices. Cost increase of almost 14,000. It's right under 14,000. And I'm not blaming Teal, but y'all originally, it was going to be in the 60s, I believe. 67,000. We got it down to 13,933, which I thank you. That's good. But still, that is I don't know whose mistake it is, but it's a mistake that we're accepting. And then we're going to have to pay almost 14,000 to accept it. And so I think you need to get with the design team or somebody. So back charge, we got to charge somebody because I don't think we should be eating that cost.
I agree. And that was a disconnect between the exterior architect and the interior architect. The interior architect established ceiling heights. The exterior architect established window heights, and the window heights intercepted the ceilings, and there was a conflict there. And that's definitely on them.
Mark, is that normally something that people would notice before they build it?
Typically, the design team catches that, but as I mentioned earlier, they were kind of pushed into a bubble in terms of design. Typically, on a project like this, you get like 8 months to design. I think the design team told me they had 3 months to get the drawings together. And that does constitute many changes in the work.
I do want to comment. I know Teal is a reputable company, but you guys, all three of you are here to answer, questions, and we just hope that you'll relay everything that's been said to your counterparts.
All right. Any further questions, comments? All right, let's vote.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Against.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. 4-1 passes. Item number 15.
Move to approve change order number 1 to the contract with DLF Texas for building foundation and perimeter beam changes, cost increase $38,807.67 for the construction of the new community building.
Second.
All right, gentlemen, morning. We got Mr. Schrothman, Mr. Williams, and gentlemen, or sir, what's your name? All right.
Would you explain what's
Yeah.
being done here? I mean, I see additional shellcrete will be exposed.
Yeah, this change is regarding a modification that was made to the grading on the side of the buildings when we did a value engineering and exposed some of the foundation wall. And the foundation wall was lowered to conceal the concrete and extend the shellcrete down, so we would see that material as opposed to the concrete exposed.
So it's a cosmetic change?
Some of it is, and some of it is not, yeah, but in lowering those side footings, we had to lower some other footings as well.
Is that going to impact something else later down the line that we'll be sitting here looking at a change order?
Not the foundation, no.
And you've scrutinized this and got the lowest possible.
It was 67,000.
Okay.
Pardon again?
It was 67,000 initially, and we went back and worked on it. It's down to 38.
How did you manage to get it decreased?
We went back and gave them an itemized list, and they came back with a better number.
And then isn't this still way under the amount we have from the?
Yeah, we have some room in our budget to handle this.
Well, it's a lot better to do change order now than the repair later, right, for all of it, and,
Or
and
regret
this
it later.
This is a big project, and, y'all deal with it all the time and understand things like that, and everything, but, the individual court, with the exception of the judge, perhaps is not as versed on some of these. And some of them are just part of doing the business. I understand that. But we are under the gun on keeping the cost as low as we can without losing quality. And then we need to always keep that in mind, that we do not want to lose any of the quality of the construction. You know, I don't care what color the paint is or anything like that, but I want to know if the wall's gonna stand up.
Will you clarify for me who DFL, DLF Texas is? Are they a project manager or
No, we're the general contractor on this project.
you are the general contractor? Okay.
All right, any further questions, comments? All right, let's vote.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 16.
I move to approve the authorization of county judge to execute necessary documents to use American Rescue Plan Act funding for the purchase of transfer station equipment. Do we need to have in the general, the exact piece of equipment in the motion?
If you could include in your motion that it's for a backhoe at a cost of $166,000 approximately, that would be helpful.
So
I'll second that.
Got a motion, got a second. This is Morales. Good morning.
Good morning. This was actually approved back in April of 24. We're just coming back to let you know that we're going to be purchasing a Caterpillar backhoe, and it's going to be funded by the American Rescue Plan Act in the amount of $166,150.53. All right.
I noticed the other day, I was out there, and I understand why we need the equipment. Because we were already on the mulching, everything, we were already at, or it appeared to me that we were at or had exceeded what we had done through July of last year. I mean, it was a tremendous amount of debris
mulch
out there.
Yeah.
And I mean, they were working everything they could out there, but there was just so much more.
The transfer station has become extremely busy in the last few, I would say, since I've been there. I don't know if it's been going on for years. But the amount of debris coming into the transfer station just from contractors and such is extremely increased.
And it appears with this extended warranty, that's going to keep the maintenance costs, your costs down considerably for 5 years possibly.
Absolutely. Yes, that's the best selling point of this. It does come with, we have the grapple that's with it, and it's got the thumb, and it also has the fork tines, which are the three things that we need the most out there to move the debris around.
What's the proposed delivery date? Do you know?
They said 32 weeks, so we're hoping to have it by the fall. We'll see. They said 26 to 32, so we're hoping to have it by the fall or December.
And this is a piece of equipment that we need in order for you to function.
Absolutely.
You're currently, which one are you using now? You're borrowing one?
We're borrowing one from Road and Bridge.
Okay.
Mhm. And so we've limited some of our things that we'll take in. Like right now, we're not taking in boats because we don't want to ruin their machine and then have to go through that process of.
I think I might have
Fixing
heard
session.
David said he would just let y'all keep that one. He'll take the new one.
I'm sure. Yes. No, we're gonna keep our new one and we're gonna keep it in good shape.
All right. Any further questions, comments? All right.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 17.
I move to authorizing county staff to contact AEP to purchase and install a security light near the Lamar boat ramp, also known as St. Charles Bay Boat Ramp, for a cost not to exceed $1,500 and authorized payment for monthly electrical services at Aransas County's negotiated rates.
I'll second that.
Got a motion, got a second. Any comment?
Question, did we confirm that we can pay for this out of hot funds?
Commissioner, I did look and I don't feel 100% today telling you yes. But I will continue to look at it and talk to Jackie about it. We hope that that's where it will come from, but it is a small expense. And so we'll hope that you'll approve it today while we continue to discover whether we can use those funds.
We did look at the grant though, and or I say grant, the agreement with the state as far as the GLO, as far as having the boat ramp. And we're required to have a safe area there for at the boat ramp. We've had questions from concern from the public. Quite a bit about it, because especially a lot of activity happens at the boat ramp in the dark. And they do have a legitimate concern from that standpoint. There was a light there initially. It turned out the county never had authorized the light. There was a light and a pole on the property, and it was taken care of by an individual for some time, and then they stopped paying for that light. We did do some checking with AEP just to confirm. I asked them to not pull the pole to save us additional cost. So the cost right now is $370.44 to have the light installed. The other thing we're asking for is AEP does not install sodium vapor lights anymore. They're with all the new initiatives. They're installing LED lights, and we'll be getting a 250 equivalent watt LED light. And what that'll do, that'll actually be using less electricity than the previous area light that was there. Cost should be somewhere between $12 to $15 a month, which will be less than $200 a year. And the other thing is that the light they'll be putting, it won't have the same effect of light pollution. We've had people complaining about the light causing light pollution, and this light will be in compliance with the Texas Dark Skies initiatives.
I want to explain that we asked for 1,500 in the item language, just in case the pole does need to be replaced, with the understanding that it'll likely be less than $500.
So I'm of the opinion that hot funds cannot be used for this. I think the auditor agrees, unless this is a venue project. It would fit in the venue projects, but I don't think it's listed as one of the venue projects. So I just wanted to say that I don't believe that.
Well,
hot
that would
funds-
be venue money, not hot funds.
If it's one of the venue projects, I don't know if the boat
Yeah,
ramp is or
It's
not.
not it's not a venue.
There was a kayak.
But hot funds aren't necessarily venue money.
Right, but they said paid with hot funds. I'm just saying, I don't think that it is. hot funds.
The reason, I didn't want to get into the weeds because there are several different aspects of the projects that have been at that site. For example, like you were saying, one of the kayak launch that used to be there was a Pathways project, which is a venue project, but the venue tax is different from the hotel motel. And the uses that we can use those funds for are different. But we will continue to look at it. And if we determine that it would be allowable, then we will ask that you allow us to use hot. Otherwise, it is a small expense, and we hope that you'll authorize using the general fund.
Yeah, I'd appreciate if y'all would look into that though, because I don't know, maybe the county has to look at how the court would designate that boat ramp, but when you look at the statute, it seems like it would fit into there because of it. It provides enhancements for access to people who have access to water and to the beach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Castellan.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo. Commissioner Dupnick.
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 18.
I move to approve an amendment to the Harbor Oaks Village Shopping Center lease agreement between ILS Rockport LLC and Aransas County, Texas, to extend the term of the lease to November 30, 2023, with options for up to 3 automatic extensions of 3 months each and notice of termination of 90 days.
Second.
Got a motion, got a second.
I have a question about how much are we actually paying? There's no dollar amount here.
The dollar amount has been negotiated with actually our previous landlord. ILS has taken over the lease and has not asked for any increase. Right now, it's a triple net lease like any other commercial lease is. And our monthly payment, Jackie is writing down the figure, it's approximately $18,000. It does fluctuate a little bit year per year based on changes in tax rate and insurance through the landlord. I'm pleased, though, to bring you this amendment to extend our term with no proposed changes in the rental rate. I feel like that was very generous of ILS and also generous of them to offer us up to 9 months after November the 30th with the flexibility of having 3-month term, or pardon me, renewal periods. That means that we won't end up paying for this building for many, many months after we move to the new courthouse. And honestly, ILS didn't have to do that. So I just want to acknowledge that publicly, that it was very kind and generous of ILS to offer that to us.
All right, any questions?
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo. Commissioner Dupnick.
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 19.
I move to approve the May 2023 indigent healthcare report.
I'll second it.
Good morning, Madam Treasurer.
The expenditures for the month were $61,053.23. It's almost seeming that 50,000-60,000 is now becoming the average norm where it used to be like 20 or 30. There's just an increase in medical needs. Any question on any of the numbers?
I just see that we are 75% through the fiscal year of the state, and we're at 74% of the 4% GRTL.
Right, so
So
we're well below what we're set to spend or budgeted.
it's good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 20.
I move to approve adding a full-time supervisor in training position at transfer station.
Second.
Got a motion, got a second. Good morning, Ms. Morales.
Morning.
So when would this take effect or?
We would like to take effect immediately. So we have budget numbers for finishing out this year with a new full-time person and then the future.
And this comes off from your station, your transfer station fund, not from the general fund, correct?
Correct.
You said you had budget numbers. Were they provided to us? I didn't see them.
Yes, if we are going to add the new full-time position, it will increase about 31,753. That's with benefits
31,000
This
for
year,
2023's budget.
and for 24.
For 24, that would be 55,039.
Tell us a little bit why you need it.
As I said earlier, that the transfer station is becoming a much busier place. They're a lot more impatient with waiting for us to direct them. We only have 4 people that are on staff. When a typical Saturday comes around, there is a person who's on the equipment. There's a person that we call on the hill. We have a cashier, and then we have somebody in the scale house. And those people, on top of everything else, have to answer everybody's questions when they're coming in as to where do I need to deposit my stuff? What do I need to do with my brush? Can I do my brush? Can I do this at the same time? And then they get to the hill and citizens are unloading. They're allowing their children to get out of the cars to help them unload. So we're trying to direct traffic. They're trying to direct traffic when there's only one person on the hill dealing with all these cars backing up, people, kids, animals. And people, they'll tell them, keep your kids in the car, do this, do that. People don't necessarily want to listen anymore. So it's easier to have somebody who can direct and somebody who can be watching out for the children. We've had incidences where people have fallen into the dumpsters. We had an incident just this last week where 2 of the people that were on site actually got charged with criminal trespassing because of their behavior with our staff. And so having those additional additional person, plus our supervisor is going to be retiring in the spring and possibly having surgery in the this fall. And then our next assistant supervisor has the opportunity, she will be able to retire. She'll be vested in the next 2 to 3 years. And so she'll be moving on also.
when you
So
say,
this is just a matter of us putting the people in place and getting them trained up to fill into those positions.
just for the public knowledge, when you say the hill, you're talking about the actual area where vehicles unload into the dumpsters.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, that's what we call our hill. Mhm.
But didn't you also know that some of them are putting the wrong trash in places just to sort of streamline their being out there?
Right, so people will bring in recycling and they'll throw their recycling and they'll throw stuff that doesn't necessarily belong in recycling just to get on their way, or that because recycling, you don't have to pay for that. And so our staff have to go through before it can go to the recycler or before stuff can go down to the landfill. They go through and they look at it. And that's part of our job, is to look at what's going in, because if it gets down to the landfill and it's not appropriate items, then the landfill can charge the county to have that stuff removed. So it's important that we're able to observe what they're dumping, not just say, okay, back it up and move on to the next point. We need to see what's actually going in, so that they're not dumping paint into the dumpsters. That goes in a separate pile. Oil, vegetable oil, car oil, all those go into separate categories, separate areas. Okay.
All right, any other questions?
And you wanted
Yeah.
this job, huh?
We
Yeah.
would like to point out, though, that I think the job description that you are going to possibly approve has a pay group of 12,
I saw that.
but we need it to be a 13. It's not going to be any increase to the budget numbers that we just talked about.
A 13 would be where our assistants
Okay,
transfer station
because
is
it
right now.
said pay group 12, I wondered what that was. And when you said that amount, I thought pay groups have increased significantly. But so the group will change from what we received.
It will change from a 12-3 to a 13-1 for the position, but for the group purposes, we do want it to state
Okay.
a 13 instead of a 12.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo. Aye. Commissioner Dudnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 21.
I move to approve the job description update and changing the facility maintenance directors group and step from 23-8 to 26-10. Moving pathways from under the county judge and the director of community development to the facilities director. And adding additional required job duties.
Second.
Got a motion, got a second, and this was my item. I wanted to this position, you know, when I came on board, I had to learn, observe and learn, and I think our facilities maintenance director has been undervalued. The position has been undervalued, and I'm just trying to right a wrong. I recently moved pathways under the facilities director, and Renee's doing a fantastic job, I think. You know, we have our coordinator, she is out on FMLA. And, you know, I think any other person would kind of let pathways go. You know, hey, I don't got a person, I need somebody, but Renee has stepped up. She has done all the jobs. She's working around the clock, basically. And basically that's what this is for. And I'll entertain any questions.
I'd like to comment from what I've seen, going to some of the meetings and a couple of sites, there have also been some improvement since that's been her focus, part of her focus now.
Doing a good job.
All right.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo. Aye. Commissioner Dudnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 22.
I move to approve authorizing the county judge to enter into and sign the renewal agreement with Texas Association of Counties for employment health insurance for 23-24 plan year.
Second.
Got a motion, got a second. Good morning, Mrs. Dillon.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. So in your packet, you should have the numbers for what the insurance is raising. If you look at, hang on a second, let me find my sheet here. So the rates overall are increasing by 4%. If you look at option A, that would be the difference in cost if the county were to absorb all of the increase. Option B is breaking it down. I'm sorry, option B is if the employees absorb the increase. which ends up being more than a 4% increase for employees' costs. As you can see in my right-hand corner, the yellow highlighted percent increase for employees, it would be a 41% increase from what they're paying now. For well, somehow I missed putting on the employee versus employee plus with children and family. Sorry about that. So we have employees as the first one. The second one is the employee plus children, then employee plus spouse and employee plus family. Option C is also showing if the county were to split that amount between the employees and the county, which would still look at about a 26% increase from what the employees are paying currently. We did have our benefit committee meeting on Thursday with 13 members in attendance. The committee, obviously, everyone would prefer the county to choose option A. We also understand that that's probably not or may not be an option this year. Between looking at the rest of the options, option B was definitely not a preferred option for any of the members. And between option C and the alternate plan, which I also provided numbers for, that alternate plan would not be a significant increase in premium amounts, but it would be a significant increase in out-of-pocket expenses. So the committee would prefer option C with the county and the employees splitting the difference in the increase versus the alternate plan.
Thank you for this, Linda. And I did ask her if she could give me what the rates had been for the employee only. As always, I think if an employee selects dependent coverage, they pay that total 100%. So really what we're talking about is what is going to be the cost to the employee.
Correct.
And what I was given is in 2014 and 2015, employees were paying $40 a month for self-coverage. In 2016, it went up to $50. In 2017, it went down to $45, and it has stayed at $45 for the last 7 years. I think, and I'm glad that the benefit committee agreed that option C was a good compromise. And I would suggest that we take that where the employees are going to pay $60 or $60.43, whichever. I mean, it might be easier to just make it a flat $60 for themselves, and then they would pay whatever the increase is if in the coverage. So that would be my motion to approve the current plan with the employees paying $60 a month for self-insurance and whatever the dependent coverage would be as they have been doing.
That would be option C.
It's
With
slightly
them-
different because I'm dropping the 43 cents.
Okay.
You want a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any other questions?
Sounds like a good plan.
I just one thing with Ms. Russo or Commissioner Russo. We ought to round those up. Or either round them up or down so that we're not dealing with anything.
All right, any further questions, comments? All right. You got a motion.
So we're voting on the amendment at $60, is that what I understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Voting on the amendment to round all of the fees up or down according to the.
Well, it'll be $60 for the employee only per month. And then whatever the cost is for the dependent coverage will just be that cost.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, but stay with the current plan.
The treasurer has a comment.
Well, retirees have kind of replaced the act of issuing COBRA, have they not?
Cobra pays full. The county doesn't cover any of the Cobra costs.
Not the COBRA, sorry.
Yeah, it would be the same for the retirees.
That's another issue, but yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 23.
I move to approve electing to change voluntary dental and vision providers from Unum to Texas Association of Counties and authorized county judge to enter into and sign voluntary dental and vision benefit election forms agreement.
I'll second that.
Got a motion, got a second. Ms. Dillon.
So TAC provided numbers this year for us to go with their dental and vision, which would be through Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is a supplement only policy, so the employees cover, it's optional whether they want it. And if they do, they cover the entire premium fees. It would be a 4 to 38% decrease in the premiums for the dental, with an additional 500 benefit year maximum and an additional 500 orthodontia maximum, and no age limit for orthodontia. So most plans at 26, you can't get orthodontia anymore. This plan will allow anyone to get it. So with the vision plans, the committee did prefer the new dental plan, and they liked the premium vision plan the best. That premium vision plan is a slight higher cost than what they're paying now for vision, but it's, merely cents on the dollar because we're paying $602 for employee only right now. And the new premium plan is $786 per month. And it definitely has a lot better benefits. They can get frames every year rather than every 2 years. They have a $10 copay for their lenses rather than a $25 copay. And there was also
There's no copay on the exam.
no copay on the exam, correct?
So you improve the benefits and reduce the cost of the premium, and that's a good way to go.
Have you looked at a list of people in the area that take this plan?
I did include, they have provided us dental and vision providers in the local area, and that should have been included in your packets. The dental does have more people in the area, more providers in the area than the current dental plan we're on. Still not everybody. There's a lot of local carriers that just either don't take dental insurance or they don't take that particular one. The vision is significantly better as far as how many providers there are.
Cool. Any other questions, comments? All right.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 24.
I move to approve electing to replace the current section 125 cafeteria plan from Health Equity Wage Works at a cost of $185 annually to WEX through Texas Association of Counties at zero annual cost for the county, and authorize county judge to enter into a sign an agreement. TAC is covering the cost as an added benefit to participating counties and WEX processes and stores all the required documents.
I'll second it.
Got a motion, got a second. Ms. Dillon again.
Any questions on this one? We currently, WageWorks requires an extreme amount of work on the staff members' side. I'm not 100% sure how much work this one's going to cost when we get started, if you do approve moving. But they said that TAC and WEX would both guide us through any of the enrollment questions and things that we have. And then after that, it should be just a matter of them maintaining the documents instead of us having to have everybody sign every year new documents. Not to mention that saves us 185. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's a little bit.
I always like doing that report.
Did you really? Oh, it's terrible.
But saving $185 is still a good thing.
Yes, yes. Any
All right.
questions?
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 25.
I move, well, actually, We are not approving the proposed budget, so we are just discussing this. So I just brought this forward. So I don't really have a motion on this. We will take no action. It's just for discussion purposes. And I see that our chief appraiser, Mr. Soto, is here, so he may want to answer questions if there are any, or add some to my comments. About a year ago, I asked one of our representatives to the appraisal district board to come in and talk to the court and to our people here in attendance or on Zoom, just a little bit to give us an overview of what the appraisal board does. We also, and that was Jack Wright who came in. We also had Scott Weigert, who was on the appraisal review board. And he came in and also gave a very educational and informative explanation of how the appraisal review board works. And they are totally separate entities. So I have been attending a couple of the appraisal district meetings in the last few months. And I just want to explain that the appraisal district is not really a function or a department of the Aransas County government. They are a separate entity. You may all know this, but it's only been coming to me of late. And they report directly to the controller of the state. Is that correct, Mr. Soto?
There's two primary.
Okay, well, I'll finish my marks, and if you'd like to say some things, that would be fine. So as such, they don't necessarily follow some of the same Texas codes that we do, or the school district, or the city of Rockport. And so their budget process is such that I believe the chief appraiser works with his staff, generates a budget. It's given to the board to review. And they received it, I think, in May. And then they vote on it in June. And they just had that meeting last week. There isn't a public hearing. There aren't really budget workshops like we're going to have today and maybe tomorrow, and then all through August. So it's less out there in front of you, but you as taxpayers are impacted by their budget. How is that? Because once that budget is approved by their board, the entities who charge taxes within the county are assigned a percentage of that budget, and we pay that. And we pay that from our general fund, correct? Okay, so we don't really have a say in that. We just get allocated a certain percent of whatever their approved budget was. So I didn't have any presentation, and I don't know that Colin would have these documents anyway, but they were in the link that went out with our agenda, were they not? So if you're interested, they are available online, or you could contact me or the judge's office to get one. But in 2022, the budget is noted on these sheets for the appraisal district, and I think there are 10 employees, about 10. So their budget was $1,097,078. In 2023, their budget was $1,224,311, which was about a 12% increase. Then in 2024, what they proposed, and this isn't the final one, some changes were made after I left the meeting last week, but I have not received what that final amount is. But what was being proposed that would be due from the entities was $1,482,711. That was an increase of over $250,000 in 1 year, which is about a 21% increase. So it's a significant increase. And then we, the county, the school district, the NAV district, and the city and the town of Fulton will all be paying a portion of that. And I just wanted you to have some information about their budget, because it does impact you. We pay that out of the general fund. The general fund, as you know, comes from your tax dollars. So that was just what I wanted to present. And I'm through.
Go on
Mr.
up.
Soto,
Yeah.
you can have 5 minutes if you wish.
I thank you for the opportunity to just address the budget. I saw that it was on the agenda item today. And so the first thing is that there's typically, it's just in the month of August that the Board of Directors adopts the budget. Prior to June 15th, I'm required to submit to both the Board of Directors and to the entities in written format, which I do every year. Here's my proposed budget. Typically, what I do is I get the Board of Directors involved with that process. Here's what we're doing from this line item, or here's what we're doing from that line item. And I get a lot of feedback. I typically do it in a two-step process. You indicated in the month of May, and that's true. I typically try to do it in the month of May, and then also right before I'm submitting the process to everybody, or submitting the budget to everybody, the proposed budget. I do it in June as well. And the reason that I do it in a two-step process is because I want my board involved. I want the Board of Directors to say, hey, tell me about this line item, or tell me about that line item. So I'm not proposing a budget that's outside of what I consider their will or their purview. The reason for that is, like you indicated, there's two different boards. There's the Appraisal Review Board, and then you also have what's called the Board of Directors. They're two totally different boards. The Appraisal Review Board hears appeals during the appeal season. The Board of Directors has two primary duties: to provide for the operations of the district and to approve and do budget resolutions. Basically, that's their duty as it for the Board of Directors. And so the reason that I do it in a two-step process is that I want their involvement. I want their good questions. I want their reconciliation as it relates to the board, because ultimately it goes to the entities, and then it comes back to the Board of Directors, in which there will be a public hearing, and there is every year a public hearing. It's 10 days. The taxing units are notified prior to that meeting, and they get the opportunity to have discussion about like this line item or that line item. The reason that I get my board involved so much is because I do want those hard questions prior to me submitting that to the entities, so that when it comes back, it would have been the same board that had just seen this same budget in the past. You are correct. It does affect both the school, it affects the county, it affects all the taxing units. Yeah, it's going to be something that I will submit in formal fashion to the taxing units prior to the 15th this year. You are correct as well that there was further discussion in regard to the proposed budget that I had submitted. I was absent of that meeting due to an illness, but I understood that there was a whittling of the number that I had put down. So the number that I'm going to submit to the taxing units is going to be congruent with the number that that Board of Directors would have indicated in their will in that action. It wasn't an action item. It was just, hey, we think that this should be the number. And so I'm going to reflect that to the taxing units. I'll entertain any questions. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Soto. All right. Again, this was just for information.
Yes, sir.
Let's move on to item number 26.
Move to approve the May 2023 Auditor's Monthly Report.
I'll second it.
Got a motion, got a second. Madam Auditor?
Yes, I'd be happy to answer any questions that y'all have on it. I did provide it. I did have a question from one of the commissioners on the expenditure portion of it. When you see something that says like 2016 LTR bonds, those are our bonds that we have done refunding on. So they're just the one-time payment that we do each time that we pay the bonds. We have several that are called LTR bonds, and it just means limited tax refunding, because they're just refunding bonds rather than the original CO. I have included all of those on this. They originally back years ago were not on the report, but I did think that they were important to include, so they're included on the reports.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Castellan.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo. Aye. Commissioner Dupnick.
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 27.
Move to approve budget line item transfers for the 2023 budget.
I'll second it.
Got a motion, got a second.
We don't have any at this time.
All right.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo, Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item number 28.
I move to approve accounts payable and payroll liabilities.
I'll second it.
Yes, you have your list of payables. I did want to point out several. We're paying for the tank that Road and Bridge got that was at $123,500 coming out of the Road and Bridge. There are a number of investments that the treasurer has made totaling about $6.5 million. They look like expenses, but they're actually money that she's moved into a pool to generate additional revenue. We have Mont McDonald with all of the invoices that we've paid, a total of $84,122. That includes Cedar Bio as well as all of the road and bridge projects we have under the GLO. All of those are at 100% reimbursement. Then we have KC Lease, which is doing our Copano Heights Road. It's $216,898. LCR Total Transport, which is doing 1781 Loop, $267,740.40. New Stout is doing Rattlesnake. Their invoice was $311,082.50. Gerke Excavating, who did Bahia Bay with the ARPA funds, is $364,785.29. That does not include the change order that we just did, and it does not include their final payout. Teal Construction for the courthouse was $562,513.51. Guess that's it. Unless anybody has any other questions on the invoices, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Jackie.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo, Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye, passes 5-0. At this time, we'll hear reports from commissioners, elected officials, and or department heads. No action will be taken. Got Judge McGinnis would like to say some things.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
I had the opportunity to tour the new courthouse. This was very discouraging and to observe the layout of the entire courthouse and very concerning on the design of the JP clerk's workspace. I am fully aware you cannot do anything about the courthouse as a whole at this point in time. I am here to address the JP clerk's necessary changes that are needed. The main issue is these clerks do not have the needed space to perform their everyday duties. Please, I ask you to visualize working in a space the size of our hallway of this building, which amounts to smaller space than where you're sitting at now at this moment. So now that you're mindful, I want you to add a desktop computer, 2 screens, phone, printer, scanner, and a shredder to each one of these spaces. A clerk's duty is demanding and needs to have the necessary room to perform their task, 8 hours a day. The small quarters allotted to them will not be acceptable. Imagine if you had to work in a space as confined as this day, or confined as this day in and day out. Last year, these clerks brought in more than $875,000 to this county. These clerks work at least 8 to 9 hours a day. My office alone dealt with 15,000 phone calls, 5,000 emails, 2,400 walk-ins to either pay warrants and fines and to file civil cases. Put this into perspective with the limited space that they have designed for these clerks. Would you not see clerks leaving due to poor work conditions? Now let's talk about the distractions between 3 clerks in a 7x21 room. They will be talking over each other when answering phones, dealing with customers at the windows, not to mention the public trying to file multiple exhibits through a window slot that is 8 inches wide. Maybe somebody needs to educate that a piece of paper is 8.5 by 11. And with that said, I do not feel I need to point out the obvious. Help me understand how we are supposed to handle their workloads in this tight space. Let me point out another issue. The space provided does not even allow me to hire a disabled person or a large statute person. I believe that requirement of the space and the necessary of this jobs were not thought about when designing the space. With the conditions you have set for these clerks, they will not be able to provide quick and efficient service to the public in which the public deserves. I am also trying to figure out how one is supposed to handle a large amount of warrants in this space. As I have reported to you in the past, my office currently has outstanding approximately 5,000 warrants that has a collection of $1.8 million. Changing the space of 3 clerks should be feasible to continue to generate this type of asset. These clerks are people who care about and serve the county and our community. Please don't permit a select few to treat our clerks as unworthy employees. Having done my research, the change order can be minimal if done in a timely manner. The change would only require that the architect create a single drawing revision that would then be provided to the contractor. This isn't any structural element that will be need to move, but only the architectural wall. With this small amount of distance, I am requesting that the contractor may only have to remove a small amount of drywall and simply slide the wall into the desired place requested to make a workable area. I have heard that the contractor is requesting a stop work order for this change. A stop work order is only necessary in the case of a major structural change. We are only requesting 2 interior walls to be moved in which the work can be completed in a single day. By increasing the space of the horseshoe, this would allow for more free movement and increase the workspace. The cost of moving these 2 walls should be extremely minimal and would make a great difference for the functionality of the 2 offices and clerks. If the contractors are continuing to request a stop order, my guess would be they're looking for an excuse to delay the progress on the county's tab. This also tells me that they are behind and would like the county to fill the bill instead of them. Let's make this right. I encourage y'all to go look at the courthouse. Then let me work with the contractors to make this right.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, you're speaking for both JPs?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
We got 2. So you get there first.
Judge and commissioners, I don't want to be here today talking about this. It's the same thing as Judge McGinnis. We've got problems that need to be fixed in the new courthouse. I don't know how it got this far without an understanding of the law that governs our permanent records. But for whatever reason, my records that have permanent value, I'm not talking about historical, that's a little bit different, but permanent value records have to be, and the architects have known this since the very beginning in 2019. They have to be waterproof, fireproof, steam-proof, theft-proof, collapse-proof, and not exposed to sunlight. Unfortunately, it wasn't given a priority for my permanent records. My vault is going to be okay. We had a discussion about that, and I believe changes were made. That's what I understand. But we've got things that are just so simple to change at this point. I don't understand why they weren't done in the first place. You know, our counter space is where we take care of the public. And we do passports as well as a lot of very uncomfortable things. Family law is extremely uncomfortable. Felonies are uncomfortable. And we need the space to be able to do it. We can't have people in a line. We have to be able to see the counter. They've got a wall where I made very clear, we have to be able to see through that. If they have to reroute electrical or whatever, they have to do it. So at this point, it's a wall, and either they're going to have to fix it now, or we're going to have to get a contractor in later once Teal is done. So I don't know what's the cheapest thing to do. And I just hate bringing this before the court, but I don't know what else to do. Our records are important. I know the county clerk has some issues with that too. I'm just going to mention it because she has permanent records that are under the exact same statutes. And this is statutory. This isn't something that I just want. This is something, it's government code 7.164, if anybody wants to look it up. It shall be that way. There's not another way. When you build a building after 2013, statute has changed to say it has to be these things. We can get away with it in a temporary space like what we have here, which still isn't sufficient, but this has got to be changed before we put anything in there. So, thank you.
Ms. Caesar?
I was asked to bring a little information. I'm Lori Caesar, Director for Ramsey County Animal Care. Some information on recent outbreak of canine parvovirus we had at the shelter. Unfortunately, the way we are set up, we are housing 63 animals today. We're overcrowded, which, you know, leads to stress. There's more chance of viruses, anything, illness. And yes, we did have parvovirus in the dogs. They were vaccinated. This new strain is a little resistant. The vets are seeing it as well. That's why they've changed the series to 4. However, it tends to only happen on a weekend or Friday at 5 o'clock. So I spoke with Tana from Another Chance. Right now at Oso Creek, to get a parvovirus positive dog treated that is already showing clinical symptoms is about $4,000. Neither her nor I can do that. So when we had a previous outbreak last year, Dr. Harrell and Faith Rice was a vet tech then of Bay Breeze, helped me set up an outpatient treatment plan, which I went ahead and started. I take upon myself, I'm out there every 6 to 8 hours running fluids, checking temperatures, meds, medicating, and run that. Unfortunately, out of 7, I could only save 3. So it is what it is. We have deep clean protocol after such an event. We don't have a 14-day like a rescue 501 isolation on incoming animals. Ours come in, 3-day hold, they're moving, either out to the play yards or somewhere else. Anybody who comes in contact with them, leashes, everything is a 5 to 6 days. It can live on that material. So we do the best we can in crowded situations, and unfortunately, sometimes I'm not successful. If you have any questions, you can email me. I can direct you to links or anything else.
What you're saying, like with this parvo, it's very contagious. So, and you commented, right, that it can be passed on by the handlers on the leashes. So that's with all the volunteers coming in, and also that has to be a big concern.
Well,
you have to have the volunteers, and we have
right, and it all goes together because we also have the play yards are made of dirt. You know, they've gone to now canine grass that is like an astroturf that can be disinfected. It can live in your dirt for up to 3 years. So, you know, either way around, I can't disinfect the dirt. All I can do is try to manage it the best I can.
You have a lot of animals that could be put down if we needed to. I know that you don't like doing that. Nobody.
I'm not, it is such a balance beam I walk to keep the rescues happy that work out of our building. And I know that somewhere it has to give. This is nationwide. This is not isolated
Well, I
to
understand
just
that.
us.
The nation takes care of the nation. We take.
No, but it is everywhere that what the no kill initiative, yes, was a great cause. But however, with COVID, the lack of spay and neuters, those were deemed not necessary, has a boom of animals all across. There's rescues that are having to euthanize that hadn't prior. So I mean, it affects
Well,
everybody.
That didn't really answer my question. What I ask is, are there some that we have infected that are eligible or are on the list that could be euthanized to help us with control?
I guess I don't understand the question
I
then.
don't know how much clearer to make it.
Are you saying, are they contagious now? Because they have to be removed as a rabies quarantine facility, and Tana is housing one at the vet and two in her garage. And the vet will release them and they will be able to come back in general population.
Okay.
A diseased animal cannot stay under our rabies quarantine in our general population.
Okay. So how many vacancies do we have now?
I have none.
None.
We are
So
sixty-three.
If we have dangerous, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, I really don't. But I'm just wondering, because I've had several complaints beyond what we've talked about, since we've talked about it, that have said that the officers have come out and said that they can't take them in. And I just wonder if that's the reason.
No, because most everything, if you understand, ordinances are a citable offense, are monetary, not necessarily removing the animal. If, however, the animal is back on their property, I am required to get a warrant. I cannot enter an enclosure.
No, I know that.
So you would have to have a warrant, but in order to have a warrant, you're going to have enough in your affidavit for the judge to feel that a warrant is suitable to go get that animal off that property. But yes, we would have to hold the animal because it is owned. They do have an opportunity to reclaim their animal. You can't take someone's animal and just euthanize it. There's a due process. There would be a hearing and everything as well.
Okay.
So it's a citation
Is that
is
something that
the
we
normal.
normally do? I mean, do we normally do that, or do we have opportunity to do that very often?
Go to court for them?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. But doesn't mean I'm always granted. They're not
No,
always
I understand
divested.
that. I understand that y'all do what you have to do, but
But there is
as I've said before,
due process and constitutional law comes in because animals are still considered private property in the
right,
state
no,
of
I
Texas.
understand that. And y'all do a real good, I'm not saying that you're not doing a good job. I'm just saying, we've talked about with this court several times about the need to expand or maybe upgrade or whatever. And so it seems to me like this is a real good time to start thinking about that, because parvo and that stuff doesn't go away in just
Well,
30
that it's
days.
pretty common last year in cats was panleukemia, which is the feline part of the same virus. So it flip flops. Distemper right now is on a 5 to 7 year cycle in raccoons. It's high right now in raccoons. Everything kind of cycles. It goes through and keeps going through. I think that we have some plans and looking forward. Judge Garza and I have been talking on what to do moving forward, things we need to look at and address moving towards the future, especially with the growth of Rockport.
Yeah, it's hard as a commissioner to have to tell somebody that whenever a dog's been threatening, that there's nothing we can do about that because we can't catch the people that own the dog.
Well,
I mean, that's what I'm
every
not
case
telling you that's
again
what's
is
happening. I'm just
individual
telling you
and
that's what-
depends on, if it has an owner, I believe the owner should be held accountable.
Well, some of them don't know. Well, I think one of the
Well-
comments that I heard was, you say the dog lives there, but we don't know that. And I understand that. But
I don't know. I was just really prepared to talk about the
Yeah,
parvo.
right. I'm
That's
sorry.
what Judge
I'm
Garza
sorry.
had asked me. So,
Lori,
yes, ma'am.
what I would suggest, and it was very helpful when I had questions. You sent me what the county has. Now, there's an understanding that we have agreements with Rockport and Fulton, which don't have the same code or statutes as the county, which is a bit of a disconnect, and we're working to get that better streamlined. But it might be helpful if all of the commissioners could read those, because that certainly educated me to be better able to respond
Yeah.
when someone calls
Um,
me and says there's a problem. Because you have the statutes you have to go by, and depending on where the animal and the incident occurred, you have to follow the statutes applicable to that area.
As they are
And we need
written,
to know that.
as they are written right now.
Right.
Rockport is available online as well as Fulton.
Yeah, I found.
All right,
Rockport's,
both
but
online.
having Ours
County is not available online. Ours is 20 years old right now. And we are looking at, it does not jive with Texas statutes right now. It kind of goes over what I'm allowed to do. It's not,
Well, you have to stay
Right.
current.
huh?
I say you need policies that stay current, that's for sure.
Well, we're 20 years behind.
It's not
So-
real current.
Right. They're not.
Thank you for
Thanks.
thank you for what you're doing, Lori.
Thank you, Lori. Anybody else? Thank you. All right, now, reports taken about items of community interest. Again, no action will be taken. Anybody got anything?
Just real short.
Yes, sir.
I had an opportunity to spend a couple hours at the jail as a visitor, watching it, checking everything out. And I was really impressed with the condition of the jail and also how the staff manages it. And it surprised me. Had concerns about the food handling, or not concerns, but wanted to learn about it. And the county staff does a real good job of managing costs and handling the whole operation. So I want to thank the sheriff and also Chief Deputy Brooks for letting me spend time there.
All right.
Yeah, going along with that, I had a long visit with a couple of the officers that were on duty, and just kind of getting the feel of what we need to be starting to look at for next year's budget. Again, and they were both, I think we added 2 new deputies to this budget. I think they were both very appreciative of that. I don't know whether those are 2 new deputies or there are 2 positions that have been vacant a long time. But the sheriff is very, very careful about who he brings in, and I think that shows in their professionalism.
Thank you. Do we need to go into closed session? Yes, very brief.
I move we convene into closed session to consult with and receive advice from legal counsel about insurance matters related to Aransas County's projects and insurance claims from Hurricane Harvey pursuant to section 551.071 of the Texas Open Meetings Act, which authorizes closed sessions for a governmental body to consult with its attorneys regarding advice on legal matters pertaining to pending or contemplated litigation or a settlement offer, or on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with the Open Meetings Act.
Second.
Got a motion? Got a second? Let's vote.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Casterline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo. Aye. Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. All right, we're going to take about a 5-minute recess and reconvene to closed session.
And don't let us get out of here without signing.
Yes. Yes.
Isn't it here? Oh, okay. Thank you. It's paid.
All right, item number 30.
I move to reconvene into open session at 11:16.
Second.
Got a motion, got a second. Let's vote.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Castellane.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick.
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. And now there is nothing to discuss. Or take action concerning matters in closed session. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll second that.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Castellane.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
Aye. Yay. All right, so it is 11:15. I think we should start this after lunch. I'm sorry. Sorry. Unless you want to try to get yours in?
She has to go somewhere.
Okay. All right.
Y'all wanna do mine and then go to lunch?
I'm good doing yours and going.
I don't do.
Yeah, I think we can probably do her and ours. is
Yeah.
both.
Yes. You know what? I don't have my book. I need to go grab my book real quick. I'm right back.
I made this for me, so I might like it.
Oh, thank
What's
you.
your account number?
497, well, actually, I have. Page 25.
Do we actually have to have like a start
This
the
is the
meeting?
new one, so you just replace your page.
You have to call it.
I'm not that. Okay.
Oh, but do I actually have to call the meeting?
No, I didn't get the new schedule.
I think you do.
Just for
The
clarity.
agenda said roll call.
What's that?
The agenda did say roll call and forum.
Okay.
Fixing to find it.
I'm gonna call this workshop to order. Let's go and do roll call.
Commissioner Cheney,
Here.
Commissioner Castellane,
Here.
Commissioner Russo.
Here.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Here.
Judge Garza.
I am present. We have a full court. Thank you. Are there page numbers? Oh, here we go.
Which one are we on first? Here.
62.
Treasurer.
Oh. Page 45.
We've got two different, we've got. a
Oh,
template.
25.
This paper that you gave us has different time.
And then, we changed hands too because Pam put the date.
So how you gonna make it to Georgetown by 1
Is that
o'clock?
that?
I'm not.
I changed.
And it's a
it.
short conference, so.
Pretty fast.
It's a whole day and a half a day. I'm losing hours. It's okay.
Okay. Let's go. Okay.
All righty.
Y'all ready to go?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so on the treasurer's department first, I did up the office supplies and postage a little bit just because things are costing a lot more. And the conference, and I went up to from 65 to 7,500 because I am allowing more of my employees to go to classes, which I think is really important. They do get a lot out of it, whereas it was just me and the chief deputy going. And then on the insurance premiums, it went down because this year we paid for mine, which we paid 4 years at a time. So that's why last year it was 2,100. So now that's just for each employee.
Is that the bond premium?
Right.
Okay, you said insurance, but it was.
Oh, well, yeah,
Okay,
the bond period, I'm sorry. And then on the office furniture and fixtures, I had 1,000 in this year's budget, which I probably will not spend. But I do need a newer, better safe. So I'm not gonna spend the $1,000 this year, so I'm asking for 3,000. And so that's kind of the range of what the safe that I want to take to the new courthouse is.
Okay.
So if that is okay on that. Other than that, I do ask for the possibility of putting my employees on a list for a step increase if it's so warranted next year.
What now?
Put them on the list for a step increase if
Oh,
it's so
step increase.
warranted. That
Okay.
doesn't guarantee that I'm going to give them one, but I think we also create a list. I do, yes. So the same on the indigent healthcare people. If so warranted.
So you're just budgeting money in case. So,
Well, they create a list of people that
oh, okay.
possibility of
Is
getting
that-
a step increase. And so I always state that because,
Is that out of our $50,000?
yes.
Okay.
no, is it?
Mhm.
If it is, and I was gonna ask this question, so thank you for bringing that up. The variance where it went up in the salaries, is that not for step increases?
No, ma'am, that is not for a seven.
What is it
the
for?
variance that
That
happened?
is, that's the period that they did receive. They received the step increase last year, prior to the budget being adopted. So that was last year's salary versus the COLA that went into place. Also, so that's today's salary and then that salary prior.
So my sheet doesn't have a variance on it. That's probably before you did the payroll.
Where,
Be
On page
103.
I don't have a book.
yeah, it's a $2,500 variance. on that page.
And actually, since I just gave my chief deputy a step increase, it's actually more than that. I don't know if you have it.
I think all the payroll changes, we have to tweak when we have our payroll, and it is automatically linked to that 2024 column.
All right, so then throughout this budget book, anytime there was a salary increase for either appointed officials or regular employees, I was noting that I believe that was due to step increases. So are you telling me that this budget book does not contain any step increase in the independent departments, and it's all in the 50,000 in the 401 department?
So let me make sure I'm understanding your question. This is what I feel like you're saying is that 2024 column is step increases that have already occurred in 2023. So it would result in a variance in that line. It does not include any budgeted or wants for 2024 budget.
You're saying that that variance is basically a carryover from the step increases that are occurring in 2023.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's solely what that is.
So.
Correct.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Those are either expenses that we have currently incurred or that we have committed to incur.
Not committed to incur.
It
No,
wasn't,
sir.
it wasn't
They are
budgeted.
currently-
The step increase is a raise that wasn't budgeted.
Right, they're not any people that want a step increase in the year of 2024. It is, we use that $50,000 budget that is in the 401, 120, 401.
But I
202.
thought if the department had excess money in their budget, you took it from there and
We.
I thought when we originally set it up, we're supposed to use the 50,000 when it ran out, nobody else got one. But my understanding what's been going on is if there's money left in the department's budget, it's taken from there instead of the 50,000.
Correct.
Is that right?
At the end of the year, every year, if our bottom line budgets are okay, that's where step increases are normally absorbed within their own budgets. And we typically don't have to use the 50,000 for it, but there have been some circumstances that we do.
But a step increase that somebody gets this year, when we get to next year's budget, you will basically
I will have.
recalculate what
Yes.
their pay was for 2023, and that will be their salary starting 2024.
Correct. Yes, sir.
So since y'all are talking about that $50,000 pool that is never used to put in anybody's budget very rarely. I always ask the question because I see all the step increases and I'm giving it to the judge and the amounts are astronomical. It is way beyond the $50,000 of what I have tracked, just the base part, not including the benefits. So my question always is, when the Commissioners Court approves the $50,000 for step increases, are you approving, like you just said, up to 50,000 and then after that come to court? Or only if a department needs to use that money? That's a big if.
I
Because-
always thought that we only approved $50,000.
If that is the case, then we are very much over the 50,000 already this year.
I know that, that's why. I was
So-
talking about it.
Well,
That might be something that y'all consider when y'all approve the 50,000.
sounds like we need to make sure that we have a policy that makes people eligible for that. And, I mean, if it's just discretionary,
Right.
then you need some.
But it's very-
guidelines of what's discretionary.
It's confusing to me as somebody that sees the step increases as
Well,
they
but
come through.
I mean, right now, what we're talking about, you basically have to do that because you're catching up with the step increases that already happened.
Right.
I think that before we look at future step increases, we need to go through the whole budget. And
Yeah.
that should be one of the last things that we look at.
I agree.
Exactly.
And normally we don't do any of the salary portion of it until the second workshop. To where we have.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think even like say the steps, we might get to the end of these workshops and say, we can't do any steps this year.
There's another way, and I had said something about it too, is do away with the 50,000 and make everybody put their steps directly into their department, so you see that and it's not skewed by whether it's 50,000 or not.
Well,
It's automatically
I
put in.
guess you'd say, refer to it in the old days when we didn't have the 50,000. Every step came to the
Yeah,
court.
that way before my time, but
But-
yes.
That kind of puts it as cute because if I put it in my budget and I don't never give the step increases, that is a tendency for me or any other department head. Well, that money's there. I'm gonna use it whether they're worth the
Once we
step
get
or
off the
not.
steps,
So
and get
it's-
back to the rest of your budget.
It's
Could be all day long
anyway.
steps.
Well, I think it's something for us to think about in the
Yes,
future.
because-
Because in the last few years, the step increases have been
Some people,
so abused.
some
it
people are
just is
conservative and some people
beyond
are.
conception.
Right.
And we need to get.
Iris
a
is
handle
the
of it
problem.
and
She
then
wins the
stop.
prize as the most conservative on the steps and. all that stuff.
Shape I know it is, I don't want my girls to pay for that, because I've been that way for years.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's all I have on the treasurer's budget, basically the 3,000 for the safe.
And then you have other.
Yes. So then the assistants, you'll have to give page number.
Or what's the account number?
530. So the assistance department
need a
is the
mouse.
employees that work for the indigent healthcare, but we pay them out of assistance.
I just want to turn to that,
Page.
I know, I need a mouse.
but you don't know what the account number is for
Which one is it?
assistance?
530, Fund 530.
Number 530.
Say where it is.
Page 140.
I thought we were gonna have
Oh,
our,
is it like an
Legend
enterprise
is
fund
town.
or something else?
The assistance department is set up for the employees and the expenses for the indigent health care program, so that the indigent health care program only pays for medical. So the people that work in the indigent healthcare are paid out of the assistance.
what was the page number?
140.
What
So you have the tab that says
142?
520.
142.
Yes, yes,
They
yes,
add-
yes. Mhm.
And
Yeah, but,
I do have everybody's is tabbed, so if you go to the tab that says 530.
Oh, 520.
That'll
Oh,
be
it's not
your.
There it is.
Thank you.
It was covered up.
I don't have a 530.
Yeah, it's covered up at the
It's
bottom.
520.
It's at the bottom.
So on the maintenance program, the program that we use, IHS,
Sure. Okay.
I had already approved through the court to add an additional $275 per month
20.
for an additional program that they have for the clients to online apply. And so that is the increase of 2,976 for the year. Keep in mind, IHS has never raised their rates in many, many, many moons, so, and it's an excellent program. So the 275 additional a month isn't bad. On the conference and associations and the bond payments, they have gone down because we had 3 employees. I'm never going to hire a 3rd employee anytime in the short future, so that's reducing those for only 2 employees. The next item on the miscellaneous, I don't know what the courthouse is going to do as far as they did take the wall down. It saved $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 when we had a change order. They had a big old lobby and then a wall with a window, and then our office, which wasn't big enough for 2 desks, so they did not put the wall there. My thing now is, because we have 2 interview rooms that you go to, are they going to build the counter that I did bring up to John Stockman, but I don't know if it's in there. If not, I'm thinking of, like, when you walk into a medical office, they have a desk that's kind of a counter. So I'm thinking maybe something like that, so that the clients, when they come into the office, before they go into the interview room or whatever, they have a place to stand at, instead of hoovering over the desk. So
So that's what you're seeing in the miscellaneous.
I don't know if they're building that countertop.
They're
or
not gonna build a countertop. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm thinking of some type of a
Furniture.
desk that has a walk-up counter on it, just to keep them off of the desk. That is all the changes that I have on that one. Do we want to get into the hotel motel venue? Actually, the collections are down again this month. Hopefully they'll get back in time
What
for
page
these
is that?
summer months.
What
page?
Which one is that?
Hotel motel is fund 280.
What is it?
280. It's gonna be.
It's
paid-
fund 280, so on your tabs, you'll see 280 on your tab. It
And-
is page 63.
Jackie, we usually don't do much of anything on that right now, do we, until we get further down
We
into
haven't
the,
gotten any- Very few requests. And Tana is the one that's running the show this.
Tana,
She's
we don't
she's
usually do
the
anything
lead
right
on
now.
this.
Yeah, you
They
don't
don't
usually.
feel left out. She's the lead.
but I do have a revenue thing that I gave it to the judge. If y'all need to see the revenues, they are sinking a little bit. Not so bad for the month of May's collections, but to help in
What, I wonder why
the
they're,
revenue.
I wonder why they're lagging, because, I mean, everything's full.
The town is full. I don't understand. And
Maybe-
I took over hotel motel since my part-time person left. I'm not seeing people not paying when they should be, so it's nothing big, like the big hotel or whatever, so I don't know what's going on.
And the short-term rentals, I know there was a real issue with that where we had to just kind of blindly accept whatever the state sent us or
Well, no, we
the
chase them down.
collection sent us.
Which brings up another issue that the court needs to consider. I don't know what's gonna happen when the city starts permitting and regulating houses, when you got a house right here that's in the county and this one is in the city limits and they have to abide by these rules, but our house don't. I know that the county, as I was told, doesn't really do ordinance, but it's probably gonna create some issues. Don't know.
Well, they're probably gonna, people that are buying those things are probably more apt to buy them in the county than they are in the city limits, because they're gonna, more than likely, they'll have particularly issues with parking, how many cars you can park at a house. I think when Valerie was still here, we talked about that one of the only ways that we could probably regulate it is how many people was the house's septic system approved
Design
for?
Mhm.
Okay, if you had a 3-bedroom house that maybe was for 6 or 7 people and you have 25 or 30 people staying there, maybe that might be an avenue that we could cite people if we had issues. So I don't know, but we don't have too much. But I would see that we would have an increase in the county because they didn't want to deal with ordinances in the city. Maybe not.
Maybe not,
I
but,
don't know.
but the difference is gonna cause more issues.
I know I had a real estate person ask me what I thought, and I said, well, if I was you, I'd look at a house that had a vacant lot next to it for people to park their cars on. If I said, you're gonna catch hell for the cars parking particularly. So if you find a place that has that situation, that's a pretty good answer once they start cracking down, I think.
Do you think the projected revenues are realistic?
That I don't know yet. Like I say, they are down, not considerably, but I think our projected, we always budget in a conservative matter.
We're conservative and we will continue to watch it and update those numbers before the next workshop. And before we do budget, we will make sure that those.
And that'll be August, right?
Yes, ma'am.
July 31st.
I
and
think
August 1st.
I think we need to get with Jen and get an opinion if we could build an aquarium out of the surplus in here, because we're getting a lot of pressure because we have so much money in.
That, the aquarium.
Mhm.
Well, so how many, we went all these years without paying them what was allocated, the 10%, so. I don't know if that makes any difference or not.
Well, we're talking about $1 million out of that 2.5 million. If we can legally do it. And if we get the
And
money
even
back.
in the Convention center, I don't know. I mean, we'd have to look and make sure, but there's a lot of things that we can do and
Well, I'm just saying, if we
No,
could
I
build that out of that and get it done, and if we get something from the insurance, if we have to replenish it in there,
I agree.
or whatever, but I think that we need to look at however we can go ahead and build that facility back.
I would like to see that too.
Yeah. Agree.
I was there for the Pathways Committee meeting last week, and after it was over, Renee and I were still in the building, and a couple of people came in to see the aquarium. It's like, sorry, this is the
Yeah.
education.
Yes.
center.
That happens about,
Yeah.
about
Every
every
day.
time you're there.
Every day.
Is Marley still alive?
Yes.
Yes.
At the Texas State Aquarium.
I didn't see him last time I took
Oh.
my grandbaby over there. So anyway, my projected revenues was 800,000.
Right, that's what we.
It was
budgeted.
785, 2023, yeah, 785,
think
so.
y'all will have an idea as we get along in the budget. What's
Ye-
coming in as to,
Yes, well, but that will be updated, before we bring it back in for the next,
Is that
And-
something that we do monthly
and
or
what-
quarterly?
update this.
Uh-huh.
We'll probably, she'll update it before we come back to workshops again for sure, but
I
we do
think-
watch it monthly.
Oh, I asked the wrong
So are
question.
the collections
What's-
from April that we've received most recently?
Yeah, what if you're reporting this month, what is that for? The previous month or the previous 2 months? I mean,
They report.
What's the lag?
They report hotel motel quarterly. Now we get them sometimes throughout the month because we get late pays. But it is a quarterly payment, the hotel motel. the venue is.
It is quarterly, but I've trained most of them to send it on monthly with their venue.
Do you
And
normally
and a
see,
lot of them do.
do we normally see a spike at the end of summer, during summer, in this next?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So this.
So
you-
my last collections is what we collected in May, which basically is April's April's rentals.
Which is a.
So I'm thinking the next one through.
That's probably.
Between now and Labor Day, we ought to see a significant jump.
Oh, yeah.
But we will come to a better number before, like I know Luis and all them come in to get their percentages.
And when are those documents due from the different entities?
The request.
The request, well, we do request them before the second budget workshop. And there were several have already submitted, and then others have questions. I think we gave them a mid-June due date.
And what I might ask, since we're talking about when we get the revised one, along with the page numbers, if the bottom, please put the date. Because I keep the notes, and so then I will know which version I'm reviewing.
Revision.
So
Good
if you
idea.
can just put the date that
Okay,
you're giving it to us or that you run it.
okay,
Okay, thank
I
you.
can do that. Mhm.
And then on the venue tax, the same thing, we won't really set the revenue from that. I've got it at 785 as opposed to what we budgeted at 777 for this year. There again, conservative,
That's 290, right?
huh?
Yes,
290.
account 290.
Oh, you're on to, I'm sorry.
And then also on 290, you'll see $20,000 that I put in miscellaneous.
Yeah, I did see that. I have-
Okay. Basically, I came up with that number from what I've earned in interest, so it's not using any of the venue tax collections. I have asked for 7 years, 8 years before Hurricane Harvey, to get an online form submission and payment. It was going to be done through ARPA funds. Now I have no clue. I'm saying I might need to do this by myself. Because it is ridiculous that our people cannot nicely pay online and submit their form. This is crazy. It's 2023.
So this is for a software program that would allow the treasurer's office to receive hotel motel.
The last one I talked to was 60,000. I don't know what I'm gonna do with $20,000 if nothing but make my own website or something. I'm not sure, but I mean, it's getting crazy. I may just have put this in here to make a point to y'all.
Get a PayPal,
Pardon?
get a PayPal.
Well, this is crazy that we cannot, I mean, you go anywhere you go, you put stuff in a basket and you pay it. I want them to put their form in a basket and pay it. I mean, it's crazy.
It's
So
time.
I don't know if it's still on the ARPA list
Yes, it is.
to do a website.
And we're supposed
Yeah.
to have that service agreement on the agenda, but it wasn't on today's agenda.
And if somebody is working on websites, they're not talking to me. I have no clue, but I'm the one that needs something.
Okay, well, we'll see the service.
I don't know,
agreement
just
is on
making
the
a
next
point.
Agenda.
And so what else is on here? Of course, the transfer to an INS, that's for the debt service.
So,
payment.
and y'all are gonna, the stuff that Renee is doing for the venue projects. Y'all will be like reimbursing her budget out of venue for that?
We,
Somehow.
she does keep track of her employees on the time that they put in, and yes, it is reimbursed out of the venue. We are going to do with the changes today that were made, we will be reimbursing a portion of her salary from venue back over also, yes.
The other department I have is indigent healthcare. I cannot come up with a number that tells closer to what time does the tax office have her numbers? It's usually not
Have until.
end of July.
August.
Cab number?
What is 520?
So what is budgeted for the indigent healthcare expenditures is 8% of the gross tax levy. And so I don't get those numbers from the tax office until like the end of July or whenever. So that
Currently,
is,
We've got in there is just a placeholder for what we budgeted last year, just as a placeholder, just to kind of.
Like, so you won't get that until they give us that number.
right, to the tax levy for the,
Okay. Would you just say that again?
on the indigent healthcare. The expenditures are just placeholders
And
now.
they give us the appraised value numbers.
What we budget is 8% of the tax levy,
8% of.
and I don't have the tax
Oh,
levy.
I see,
Okay,
that GRTL, okay,
gross tax levy.
right. It was just easier to say those.
So Fund 550 is healthcare sales tax. I've budgeted Fund 550. I've come up with 2,575,260. The budget for actually is less than what we budgeted.
Page 110.
There again, we will do that on the same proration that when we go to figure the sales tax. If we do it on 5% or 7% or whatever, we will do this healthcare sales tax revenue on the same basis. And so until we get to that point, it's really, the numbers in there is really mute right now. Jackie will get, or Panna will get the request from whoever on that one, like Halo Flight and all of them, so I don't have any numbers put in there.
And those people are submitting their requests also?
We have been receiving.
Okay.
And so back to the treasurer's department, I almost forgot about this part. Hannah is in my budget, a full-time person, which was Megan, that is no longer with me. Is it still in the budget?
Okay, I have to.
I would like to leave that position there. I'm not hiring anybody right now, but
Yes,
Seeing that-
it is still in your budget.
full-time or part-time?
It is, well,
It was always full-time,
full-time.
but Megan worked part-time because she was going to
Yes,
school.
and we never changed it back to budget wise. We never changed it.
I
back
would like to
part-time.
ask to leave it there as full-time because me doing the hotel motel tax is already killing me. So it's only been 2 months since she's gone. And so I don't know how long I can
So,
keep going.
so is that position funded from, whoever does hotel motel, is that funded from hotel?
It
motel?
was in the very beginning. I allocated part of it, half of her wages for the first year, and then I decided I'm not gonna do that to the hotel tax money. So
Well,
then we
I
took it out of the
I
budget.
personally think anything that can be taken from any fund that somebody's working on should come there before it comes from the general fund.
I agree.
I
If they're
understand.
working for that fund, it needs to come from there because,
That's,
you know, that way the hotel people are paying for it
Mm.
instead of the public.
But
So-
when we did
And that
that, the
was-
city had told us, yes, we can use the hotel tax money to pay admin. I'm still not 100% sure that
Well,
we
we
can
need-
legally use
We
it
need
for
to ask
admin.
and find out.
Yes, so that
Because
can
any-
be-
Any fund that we have that we have somebody taking care of it, if we can pay it out of that fund, that's what it needs to come from there prior to the general fund.
and I don't mind it
Look
going.
into that, and then so I'll just leave it in treasures right now, and maybe next budget workshops, we'll do some research and we can move it to hotel motel.
But I would like the position to stay there because I'm pretty much probably gonna have to in the future. Go ahead and hire somebody else.
Yeah,
And
I agree with Commissioner Cashline. If it's in the call center, it needs to be charged at the call center.
well, the advantage we have with that is we may be more likely to get it out of the venue money instead of the hotel motel because I'm collecting both.
we should be documenting both of them if you can.
Whichever one, you know.
Maybe
So-
If it can happen, if it can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was not comfortable that it was actually illegal, even though the city said
Well, I
they were
think,
doing it.
you know, if we can take it from one or both, we need to take it. Rather than the general fund.
Okay,
I think I'm done.
Drive
Any
safe.
questions?
Thank you.
that was not quick.
Hope you have-
But it was necessary. So,
Hope you have a safe trip.
yeah, have a safe trip to Jamaica.
You did good.
Yeah. Well, somewhat easy.
Where you at?
For Fund 410. You want to do you want to do revenues also, or do you want to do just expenses?
Revenues are,
are mostly transferred.
Yeah.
yes,
And your finances. Okay,
although I would like to come back later before the end of the year and it's, I think fines and fees need to go up at the library.
You would
Now-
like to come back later and what did you say?
For fines and fees, to raise fines and fees at the library. Books costs are going up, so
so you
That
have an estimated
45.5%
3,000 right
doesn't
now.
help anymore.
Well, it might be good to come back sooner rather than later when we're working on the budget. Because then that could be built into the revenues. Because most of this is coming from the general fund. Okay.
Mhm. Yes, ma'am.
So what do you think is increasing? For your fines and fees?
5 cents going to 10 cents and 10 cents going up to 20 cents.
That's
Just
doubling.
it.
So do you think that we should change your proposed to 6,000? It's 3,000 now you have in there?
I'd say 5 to be conservative on that.
I can do that.
Well, if it- are you
So-
anticipating less this year than last year?
Okay.
Sir,
I say, are you proposing less this year than last? What are you gonna end up at, you think?
most of it is,
She's thinking.
we are getting, the patrons are getting better at returning. However, with the cost of books going up, the percentage that we get, the discount, which is 45.5, books are costing $30 now on an average when they used to be $16.95, you know.
So what's the percentage? Do you still do the ebooks and stuff?
I still do,
What's the difference between paper and?
I still do
electronic?
hardbacks.
Yeah.
I think the citizens of Aransas County deserve
Real
a
book?
hardback.
Real
It lasts longer than the paperbacks,
Mhm.
even though the paperbacks are cheaper, but they do, as a rule, last longer if it's a hardback.
But I mean, compared to electronic books, what? Yeah, I know you, don't you do them too?
We get 45.5 off. So whenever I do go out, I'm looking at, well, I bargain shop. So I go from different vendors, Amazon, Baker and Taylor, and try to
Pack
find.
books after those conferences.
Yeah.
My wife.
Yes, sir. I do, and that too. I try to get the most that I can with the money. Yes.
So real quick on your revenues, your fines and fees, I believe you will have to come back to Commissioners Court for your approval to increase those.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
sorry.
that,
Just making
yes.
sure.
But so you're gonna go ahead and put it in our revenues?
Yes, sir.
At the 3,000?
I increased it to 5,000.
Hmm.
Iris wanted to
Okay.
do 5,000.
And the only thing I have asked for is books, I think was 1,000 increase in that. And that's it out of the budget. I'll come back for the next second part for the salaries. But other than that, that's all I've increased. We do get a lot of donations also. And I do take that into consideration. We do put in books that are donated that we don't have in our collection. As long as they're good. But the majority of new books I do have to buy. So. Any
All right.
questions?
I have a question of Jackie and Tana, I guess, just for future reference, because this will be the same question, transfer from general fund. That's basically what we're supplementing from the general fund to what she doesn't generate in revenue.
Yes, sir.
And that's the estimate we have.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ours.
Come on, Dan.
There we go. Where's those red pencils at?
Minute.
Gonna be short.
Where's those red pencils at? Pull them, the whole box.
Tell us the page number or the account number, please.
Okay, it's gonna be in the general fund.
Right.
So. Page 27.
So in the facilities, we're starting with the facilities department, right? Facilities department, we're not really changing anything other than there was, Hannah, I was asking you
Oh,
about that,
professional services were the
yeah. The 410.
410. Yes.
And what actually is
think-
that?
That we, sorry, you go ahead.
No, what actually is that professional services?
Like when I call out ANC fire for things that have to be certified.
Okay.
Certified professional service.
Well, we increased it to 30,000 because if you look at your history, your 2021 was 28,126, your 2022 year was 27,500. So
There are
we-
some increases, especially in lieu of the new equipment that we have installed at the detention center. Some of that is on his 567, 450, but we also have maintenance equipment that is under that new
and
fire.
with cost going up
Yeah.
continually, I
costs
mean,
and
we
such.
felt like 30,000 we should budget for.
Right.
And 460 is for the new insurance premiums we're paying, right?
Right, yes, sir, the windstorm and so.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Across several.
So we'll see most, I saw a couple that had insurance premiums for like, well, I'll get to, I guess, sheriff in different places. That's for the jail and,
Yes.
Right, and majority of it does come out of Renee's budget
Okay,
because
that-
of her buildings.
that'll clarify that for me then. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I was just curious at the longevity pay increase, because that's a substantial increase for 1 year.
Or,
150?
well, if you,
1,700? Oh, yes, it's code 150, but yeah. It's a 1,700 increase.
yes, ma'am, so $100 per employee, I mean, she doesn't have a turnover in her department.
Well, that speaks well, I guess, for the management, does it not?
Hurts us, so, no.
It does
Kidding.
not,
I'm kidding.
because the training and loss of expertise is significant
Is that what longevity pay is normally $100?
100 per person per year.
to a maximum of 1,500
Okay,
if they take it.
thank you.
So there's not many changes there. We're just continuing to keep things in-house and try to get things repaired inside instead of calling for professional services. Although, if you look at our cleaning supplies line, I know at one point this is gonna come up. And I'm surprised it didn't come up today, but it will come up in the future because Commissioner Olson had kicked that up to $20,000 at one point because we had some new facilities that we had to take care of then. And if you look at year to date, it's only 4,800.
I did.
Okay, so that's a reflection of all of the COVID supplies that we received from the state. So we're still utilizing those and not spending any of our money budget wise for that. So that's the reasoning behind that.
So the anticipation is eventually that stock will be depleted and then we really will have to see that. kind of
Correct.
Figure for cleaning. Okay.
And that's about it with that department unless somebody has questions.
Do you have another department? Are we talking about?
Or line item parks, our parks line item.
What is that?
That's gonna be page 46.
The miscellaneous repairs and maintenance 455 went up 1,500. We've had to do some mechanical and electrical repairs out at Tiger Field. So we foresee more repairs needing to be done. So we put some money into that budget line item.
Does everything work out there? Toilets and,
Are they the standard flush toilets out there? Good.
And then the jails line item.
So are we going to 567?
So go to page 34. Renee, she controls the what, 120, 567, 450.
And 418. Some of it.
Okay, I have a question on 418. And what were the other things you're controlling?
450.
450 and
418. The building and 450 is your building repairs and maintenance,
Okay.
and then 418 line is your maintenance agreements.
And that went up 40%.
Mhm.
So a portion of that is mine because I did on the 418, I did not increase it, so I don't know if the sheriff did or not. His controls, Colin, the controls that we just got out there may have done that.
You know, for the maintenance agreements, we could have possibly increased it because your 2022 year came in at over 60.
We can go back and look
Yeah.
at the backup on that and make sure that that's the correct number there.
And let me follow up with the sheriff as well.
We did some repairs to the control system in the control room, so that may be part of it. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that.
And I guess there's no other way to, I know it's what I call government bookkeeping. It's not the way that I was used to doing on my own business, because I like to have every expense that's on a certain thing all in one place where I can wrap my head around how much it really costs to have it.
yeah,
And so if we have stuff from the jail or any department in Renee's budget, somebody else's budget, to me, you lose reality of what it really costs you to have it.
You gotta look all over the budget for it.
yeah.
And
You
that's
gotta basically ask y'all to add it all up.
right. Well, and that's one reason that she does budget the maintenance and repair stuff in the jail, because that's actually the jail stuff.
Yeah.
We have discussed at one time doing a separate line, so hers is separate from the jails. We haven't done that mainly because I don't know that we have any numbers that we can use for.
Because at one
But
of
we
our,
can't.
one of our meetings, I know we could never do it, but I think it was the judge from Three Rivers or somewhere at one of the COG meetings actually said he was really considering if he could figure out a way where they didn't have a jail. They just sent them all to somebody else, thought it would be cheaper in the end.
We actually do that in the public safety center though, too, with the city and the sheriff side and dispatch. So we do have their own line items.
Well, you know, if you can do that and separate it out within that line item, then it helps who's in charge of that particular issue works out, you know, because none of us is going to be here forever, you know, and somebody comes in new that doesn't know that, well, that department handles this over here too, that's totally unrelated to what you would normally do. It doesn't have anything to do with mowing grass. It has to do with, you know, handling, 20-ton units. And it, but it all handles under facility.
Right, we do, I know it's put in here in the detention center because of the cost, what we use to create the fees, the daily fees for the feds. And so we make sure that all of our expenses are under the detention center, even the stuff that Renee does, because it is part of what takes to run the detention center and what we have to put into the figures to calculate those. But there's not it'll take us a little bit of time to get it separated, but we can separate it for workshops if we want, if that's what y'all want, we can put them in separate.
It might be good to
Renee would
look at
really be
that, see
happy with this.
if that makes some sense.
Thought you were gonna say you do it in 2024.
No, we can do it for the 2024 budget.
We do keep a track of landscaping, exterior landscaping separate from
Sure.
maintenance items. We do keep track of that with the landscaping budget.
Mhm.
So. And then pathways.
Back real quick on the jail. Do the commissioners know that you passed the state inspection?
Some do, I think.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
we did. That was most of Corpus Christi and the coastal Bend area are having to make major changes to their fire suppression systems and their backflow and pumps. It's a 5 and 10 year certification, and we got we needed a fire marshal to come in, and the state fire marshal was called, and she came in and she walked us through and gave me some things that we needed to get updated and repaired, and so we did so when we passed, so.
Hooray.
All my staff were assistants in that, and so were the jail staff.
Yeah,
So-
a
Sheriff's
lot of-
office
That
was,
should be a press
the
release.
the sheriff's office at the jail were very complimentary about your group also, I'll tell you that.
So,
All right, pathways.
Okay, Pathways is Fund 295 on your tab.
What page?
Page
295.
70.
Oh, you got.
67.
We'll start at 67.
Well, that's right. I didn't put tabs in Misty's book. I'm sorry.
So Pathways is going to stay at the same budget. Jackie, and Tana and I sat down and cleaned up, I guess, is that what the way you want to call it, line items. Some line items had money in it and had never had anything charged to that line item. Some line items had no money in it and never had been activated, so we either combined and created the one line item and put money in just that one area, so. But for the most part, it's pretty much staying the same.
And you'll see the variances in the salary lines on the Pathways. But that's also because we did make the change of moving Jennifer's 100% salary into venue and then taking John's 100% out into non-departmental.
And this does not include what y'all did today for
Renee.
Right.
Renee's salary.
So appointed is John's and then regular is Jennifer.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And she was split between a couple of accounts.
She
What,
was split
409?
between 409 and Pathways.
I have a concern on this. Under other services and charges, number 430 at advertising and legal notices. Because at the last Pathway Steering Committee meeting, the steering committee talked about wanting to increase their promotional and advertising. Now, I know right under that, we have promotional activities and there's a lot more. Maybe it won't be significant if they want to put more advertisements out in magazines or online or whatever. And then you can do a transfer between line items. I just know that they spoke and there was
Yes.
general consensus about, yes, we need to do more advertising.
Okay.
And I think normally that stuff, if it's like the magazines, I think they've always put it under the promotional. But it may be, like you said, the we just need to split it and maybe put some of it under promotional and some of it under the advertising.
Better coding in the future.
Okay. So would you like me to do that now?
Renee's the one in charge of that. Sure.
Okay.
I was gonna ask on page,
Personally, I think we should put 20 in each. I mean, that's where 20,000 in advertising and then 20,000. We don't know. I know that just the airport with what they did for their warbirds, it was like $7,000 for advertising. So, I mean, you're looking at a significant budget there.
And this is funded by its own revenue.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's actually a good idea. I think they'd like that.
on
So where
page,
are we at on our, I mean, maybe this is. It's Pathways, but not where are we at on our bond and
It will not be paid off until 31. We've got 7 more years.
pretty
to
good
pay.
way.
Because we don't even pay the principal on that one until August. So it'll be 31 before it's paid off.
Yeah, I know y'all have an active list of bonds and amounts and payoffs. I think that'd be good for the commissioners to see once or twice, or at least twice or 3 times a year.
I have been putting it in the in the auditor's
Monthly
report. I don't do it every time, but I do it a couple of times a year. I can leave it in there. If
No,
you-
that's fine. That'd be good.
Okay,
Just
but
look
I
at
have
it.
been adding it to the auditor's report.
on page 70, on the 441, I know it looks like you're going back up quite a bit, but really it's consistent with what you had previous years. The utilities, so I was just curious
Mhm. That is why we increased that to realign with
to realign. with
history.
actual-
Yes,
okay,
yes, sir.
okay, thank you.
So who all's utilities are included? Is like the history center? Is that in that or?
We've got the History Center, you've got Ivy Lane, we've got Henderson,
But I would think the history center is the only one with any substantial.
right. We have also talked, the judge has talked about the education, the Aquarium Education Center, because right now the aquarium pays that. But since it's our building and we use it we haven't sat down and actually got it transferred over, but was talking about us picking that one up
Yeah,
also.
that'd probably be a good idea. I didn't realize they were.
They are paying that
Of
bill.
course, at one time, they actually were using those offices to office.
Mhm.
They had somebody that was in charge of the building. I don't know if we were funding that person at that time, I think.
I don't believe we were. I'd have to look at the list. There's about 5 or 6 that have small. I mean, most of them are like a street light or
Yeah,
something.
like I say, the history center is really the only one I would think that would, I mean, it has a electricity bill for the air conditioning.
Don't they have their own utilities line?
Yes, that's what he
Okay.
was talking about
Oh.
was
That's why I said.
the 441.
Those are just pavilion
Yeah.
lights, sidewalk.
Yeah,
Yes.
the others are just minimal.
Yes, each one of them does have their own utility line, and the one that's here on this page, 441, that is for the Pathways building.
Aquarium Education Center.
But they each have their own utility line, because every one of the sites
Right.
has a little budget.
441 is for the Pathways building.
If you're looking on page 70, yes.
And
That
if
is,
you
and that
can-
is that building off of
On
yes, where
Concho.
John's, where John's office is.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's Mimosa.
So that building costing us pretty much 2,500 a
Yes,
year for
sir.
that part only.
Yes, sir. And then if you continue with your pages, you can see each site
Okay.
and where
Okay.
the utilities for
Okay.
each one of those sites.
And that's what I'm saying. We have 2 people in that building right now. We have John Strotman and we have Jennifer in that building.
Yes,
Correct.
sir.
Thank you.
Sell it.
What else you got?
That's it.
And we were way too easy on you, I think. You're an easy target.
Thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
Decided we're gonna have that special meeting.
For that project.
Or what was it we had? For the, yeah, for the,
We recessed.
Yeah.
I'm not
think-
yet, I think, but we're talking about having a special meeting, but I want to suggest that when we have that special meeting, we adjourn the meeting and take us all on a tour of the courthouse at the same time. Where we would be in session and we can
Discuss it.
discuss some of the stuff that's come up today.
I didn't know we were gonna have a special.
Hmm?
I didn't know. we were gonna have a
Concerning what the JPs were.
No, the deal that John brought up about, something that didn't get on the agenda today.
This morning in the office.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm probably gonna have a special meeting on Thursday. Concerning something that didn't get on this agenda today for John. One of the projects, I can't remember which one it was. But you're talking about adding to it.
I would say if we could put on that we would do that and then adjourn the meeting and all of us go on a tour of the courthouse together while we were actually in a meeting. where
As a
we could
meeting.
Talk about stuff.
I'd like that.
You like that? Okay, let me get with, oh, Tracy's at lunch right now. We could adjourn and come back after lunch.
Yes.
Recess, I mean, recess.
Okay.
It'll work for me.
1:30 is fine. workshop. And let the record show that Commissioner Cheney is not in attendance. Thank you.
My first thing is personnel services. I do want to do a total of 9 step increases. Some of those will be done within the next month, but just so that it reflects in budget, I wanted to put those on there. These are the people who have stepped up to their new positions and are meeting all expectations and excelling at them. And my salaries were lower than what was budgeted for 2023 to start with, because we had one retire that had been there for over 20 years and things like that. So the budget is below what was budgeted for 2023 to start with.
So this $2,838 is money that's going to be in effect this year or next year?
Some of it will start this year, some of it will be for next year. But I wanted to show the whole amount so that the true salary budget is known. Office supplies, just asking for an additional $500 because everything is costing more. We're going to have all new envelopes, business cards. There's a lot of things that we will have to redo to get the correct address on when we move. Postage just keeps going up. We've had 2 raises this year alone. And so just to meet our needs for sending out summonses, warrants and things like that, we just are going to need more money. We're almost out of money currently. Conference and association, I increased 600 so I can take my chief deputy clerk to our region. My plan is to only take her to the region conference, which is normally in Corpus Christi. That's why it's not so much money, because we don't have overnight stays. Maintenance agreements, everything's moving up in cost. So I just put an additional $50 to help with that. Bond premium, I've got a new person starting today and we have to renew that bond, which is a $420 amount. Office furniture.
I have a
Yes.
question.
Yes,
What did you say about your maintenance agreements?
I increased it by $50.
No,
Yes,
you decreased it.
455.
You're 418?
Yeah, you decreased it by 27,500.
455 is.
Oh, I know why. I know why you see that number is because we moved that 39,000 for
Yeah.
Eagle to
Your archive?
archive funds. That's why that is so different.
Okay.
It was originally in the wrong budget.
Or were you talking about your miscellaneous repairs line? You increased that by 50.
That's it. Sorry.
Okay, okay.
So the maintenance of, what did you say it was that's going to go over to the archive?
That is the new Tyler Eagle. And it's the miscellaneous repairs and maintenance that I increased by 50. And that is mainly for our printer of our
Birth certificate?
no, it's for those imaged ones on the clear cards. Lost my train of thought.
Laserfish?
Not laserfish, microfiche, that was it. The microfiche, that one is on its last leg. And the scary thing is we can only get parts for it if we can find them. They're no longer making parts for that. But that's what that is there for. The 424 bond premiums and then office furniture. This is where this booklet that I handed you really comes into play. Because of UV issues and statutes, I'll be putting room darkening curtains on the windows that are 9 feet high and almost 4 feet wide. So there's curtains, curtain rods. We are going to need a blueprint storage rack because the one we had was destroyed in Harvey. Those are currently housed in the offsite storage. We're going to need 2 tables for public usage when they're looking at our records. Shelving for the storage rooms, which is one was set to be the county clerk's office, and I'm not using it for that. We're going to be storing records in there and kind of make it our snack room, kind of like we have here. And then the vital statistics room, we'll be putting all of the books that are vital statistics in that room, along with the papers and everything else that'll be in that safe. So it's just, although we don't have those things here, It's because they are currently on offsite. The goal is to get every record historical from the beginning of time of this county to current in that one room so that it's truly available for public to view. Not everything is imaged, not everything is indexed. It is something we are working on. That was part of the archive plan that was presented in Commissioner's Court today. But even though we might have it electronically, by law, we are still required to make it physically available to the public. And that's why it's so important to have everything in that office. 2 bar height tables for the front desk. The front desk where we greet the public was not developed adequately to do the kind of service that we need to do. One is this height. And it's going to require, if I don't have those tables, it's going to require my clerks to bend over to a computer because there's nowhere else to put it to wait on the front staff. It's about half of what we've got in our current office. And sometimes we have 4 and 5 people waiting. We will make it work, but I need to do some workarounds to make it work with those 2 tables. The plaque cabinets, what plaque cabinets we had were destroyed in Harvey. They're not even in our offsite rusted. They're completely gone. And they are not cheap. It's $40,000 to house what we have now. Industrial rolling ladder, $1,825 at a current market value. That is going to be for the high density rolling shelves, which is $157,850. I've only got one bid at this time because I could only get one company in here to do the measurements of the actual room. We actually went into the courthouse so that they could measure that. Again, this is not a set cost because we don't have a contract with them. This was a current cost about 2 months ago. This high density rolling shelf will be 8 feet high, 21 feet wide, 27 feet the other way. That will house every single record that we could ever need for that office. It'll meet current what we have and we'll continue to be able to build on for the permanent records. With those shelves, we should never, ever outgrow that room. Without those shelves, we will not fit day one. There are over 1,500 of those big, huge books. There's over 55,000 files that have to be kept. All the birth, death, marriage, DD-14s, wills for safekeeping, the list goes on and on and on. And those can never be destroyed. They are kept in perpetuity. The upload from CoFile, which is the company who's doing the remediation, restoration, imaging, and indexing of part 1 of our contract currently, and doing all that indexing, what was missed in the contract was getting it from CoFile into our new system of Tyler Eagle. We have adjusted what Tyler Eagle was going to do for what's called a TMM. It's sort of like Laserfish. We are not going to bring in all the old Laserfish records. We're going to start current from when that opens and then go forward with it. And that is allowing us enough hours to upload what CoFile has been building so that we can get it into Tyler Eagle so that it can be searched online from either in our office or on the internet. The records they are currently working on is from, our earliest record is 1859, even though 1871 is when we became a county. And the reason some of those are earlier is because they were brought over from Refugio when we split off from them. So 1859 to 1951 is what CoFile is working on currently. They've got part 1 of a 3-part process, and I've put more information in there than you probably want so that you can understand the scope of it. The 3-part process in all total will be $3.5 million. We've already paid nearly $1 million. And it's a project that Valerie started looking into. Carrie got where we are now. It's a great plan. It's a needed plan. By statute, we are challenged and shall take care of our records. And so this is a plan to help make that starting. And when this plan is finished, we'll start the next one. There is a $39,949 annual fee for 5 years. We've already made 1 year payment. So we've got 4 more to go. The next one will be in January for the Tyler Eagle program. At that 5 years, it'll be readjusted or recontract to see what that will continue being at that point. And as y'all know,
I'm sorry, Commissioners Court has already approved that annual payment.
yes, that was approved. May not have put it on this one. I believe it was December of 22 is when that got approved off the top of my head. And you can see on the second page there that Part 2 plan is not contracted yet, but these amounts are agreed upon. I have a meeting with our co-file representative and the county attorney's office, Jen Osteen and Eric Smith tomorrow, so that we can start getting that contract in place at that value. Because it has gone up since that agreed upon amount. The elephant in the room for my budget beyond the mobile shelves is mold that was found in our offsite storage facility on March 1st. We still have yet to have an insurance adjuster to get in there. Until one gets there, we can't take Part 2 of the co-file plan out of that office. I don't know what we can do to encourage an insurance adjuster to get in there to get that part done. But I would love for y'all to help me make that happen. And I'm not sure how that can happen. A rough plan to deal with the mold remediation is there are documents in there that have not been destroyed that can be since Harvey. So there is mold in there. So 2 of us, myself, and I'll take 1 other person in there who doesn't have mold allergies and things like that, get a respirator on, get in there, determine what can be destroyed, make sure it is scanned into the cases, and then destroy it right there on site. I have talked to Colin for IT help with that. We'll set up a 2 computer points on the front porch of that building to keep people out of the moldy room as much as possible to get that done. That will keep us from having to ship and mold remediate items that we are not required to keep paper copies. Any questions I can answer?
Where is the insurance adjuster coming from? Which is the company that would be sending it?
Commissioner, we filed a claim with the GSM. It falls under RPA because it was prior to us taking our changing insurance. I reached out to GSM the other day to see where the status was on it, and I have not heard back.
The other day being when?
Last week.
Last week, I believe if it wasn't, it was either the prior week, and I still have not heard from you on any
Thank you.
On item 7, the new furniture and equipment,
Yes, sir.
the high density rolling shelves, how many shelves?
They have a rough plan, and I think it's 9 different double-sided shelves. We got just yesterday, I got a more detailed list, and that was also sent to the people that are developing the plan for those shelves. Because some of the files are, it's our legal files that we use for court are this deep. Some of those books are only 14 inches and some of the books are 22 inches wide. So they're having to do different shelving to meet the needs of what we own. And so I think it's going to be 9 double-sided shelves in total.
Okay, and you were saying for future, it would meet your future needs. That's
Absolutely will meet the future needs. Because now from time forward, we don't have to keep as many files.
okay.
OPR, we don't keep hard copy files. Mental guardianship and probate, those always have to be kept. We are leaving enough space in those shelves for that to happen for years to come.
So you can't just put up so many shelves and buy them in the future.
It's possible. I did not contract it. There's not a contract. I did not cost it out in that way. It's something that we could look at.
No other questions?
Good.
All right, we're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. She said she's gonna take a break at 3 if y'all can take her at 3.
That's be fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, collections. Page number 20. Now I have our new collections clerk here, Melissa Brown, who can speak to this. Well, we did.
We did the budget together. If you have any questions, feel free.
That iPlow is our collections program that we use, $6,200 a year. The KeyAware is for intake tablets, and we are also have reallocated 3 of those tablets to be in the county clerk's office. With Tyler Eagle, there are applications that have to be done online in our office, and so we are utilizing those tablets to help with that process, so we're not holding people up waiting for a computer. Thomas Reuters Clear is what we do background checks and what we check for people who are filing for affidavits of indigence to get a court-appointed attorney to make sure that they don't own properties and cars, maybe in other states and things like that. We also look up to see if people are in jail somewhere when we're trying to find warrants and stuff.
So I noticed on your conference and association dues, for this year, you budgeted 2,000, and for the year-to-date expenditures, it's $150.
Right, her conference is in September.
And the anticipation is it needs to be $2,000 again for next year?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thanks.
All right.
All right.
Thank you. Judge Dubnik, you're up.
Where's Judge Dupling at?
I guess the same as this on this one where the salary, the variance is from last year's COLA. Okay.
Or
Or
step
step increase
increases
from last
that have gone into effect this year.
Okay.
Any questions? Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody got questions? I don't have any questions. Yeah.
No questions?
No?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
It's good to see y'all twice in one day.
All right. Doc. Morning, sir. Or good afternoon. Doing well.
How are you?
Doc is page 29.
What do you pay insurance premium on? It's just the vehicle insurance premiums? The
It's his
vehicle?
vehicle.
Oh, okay.
Is the vehicle, I figured it's not for the bond?
No, that one's separate. That one is
Bond
four
pre-
59, 460 is the premium, and it is for your vehicle. It's
Okay.
your physical and liability insurance for the vehicle.
Okay, I didn't even know that.
I don't have any questions. Do you have questions?
Maybe a clarification, I guess, for Jackie. I noticed when I was looking at the other day, precinct 1 constable has his vehicle listed a different way than on constable precinct 2. I guess he has a vehicle allowance.
The constable 1 has a county vehicle and constable 2 is using personal vehicle, so he has the allowance.
Just I remember that conversation last year. I just wanted to get it clarified. Okay.
I got nothing. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
Gavin? Good afternoon.
Don't know if the commissioners have any questions.
Hospital insurance?
So when we had the original budget for that, that was when Charlie Phillips was in office and he didn't have insurance, so we had never budgeted for that. And now that Gavin is in, that's the reason for that variance.
And why did the travel allowance go up by $2,000 from what we have for in the budget this year versus proposed for next?
It was moved from fuel to the travel allowance. Apparently, there was a confusion last year on where we we're going to use those funds. So we just moved them. I just moved them over to the travel allowance to preclude that. If you look at the total numbers of the budget, with the exception of the things that I don't have control over, longevity pay, social security taxes, retirement contributions, group hospital insurance and workman's compensation, this actually reflects a $150 decrease over the 2023 budget.
Is the travel allowance allocated during pay periods?
Yes, ma'am.
Is any paperwork submitted?
There was at the beginning of this year.
This will require an additional change to the travel allowance.
Okay. I guess I'm not asking the question clearly. If you receive a travel allowance, do you turn anything in?
Oh,
Show what
no, ma'am.
your travel has been?
No, you do not.
I see. So it went from gas up there.
Alternative to via the bid board is a capital expenditure of approximately 53,000 for a county vehicle. Looking at what the ROI on that is, that's about 15.14 years to break even over what I'm proposing in my budget.
It just looks kind of high because of the group insurance, but
yeah, the group
yeah.
insurance, I did like I said, if you take the things that I actually have control over, it's $150 less than this year's budget.
All right. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Judge Genesis, no.
Judge McGinnis, okay.
I don't know if Pam is on your list, but Pam has asked to be on tomorrow.
Oh, yes, I got her for tomorrow.
Okay. The list I have. I didn't know I didn't. Sorry. That's all right. That's
Thank you.
Thank you.
19.
Page 19.
It's 19.
Not much changes on my budget other than the fact I can't control debts. And right now I'm looking at $40,000 worth of autopsy fees, which we just got Fort Bend County on board, so hopefully that will reduce it. Well, let me rephrase that. We'll reduce the numbers possibly by next year. This year, it's uncontrollable.
Because I noticed this year, year to date, we're at 63,000. And we still have,
Can I ask, I want to ask a question. Is there a reason that we're using Nueces County instead of? Yeah,
Yes.
because they're double.
I understand. Okay. Lockhart chooses not to do any more service with us, so I had to use Nueces County.
There's
a problem.
Their Nueces County is.
And that's
their
why I
cost is
went
double.
looking for another facility, which Fort Bend County accepted us, and we did the paperwork for that.
I was wondering why we quit using Lockhart and started using, because.
There was an issue. We can discuss that later.
Well, I just was curious. I don't need to know the.
We had both, and we can choose to go with ever, but they chose not to use this or accept any more bodies from us.
So then you said Fort Bend, you're gonna start using.
Yes, we just got that approved through the
About a
interlocal
month or so
agreements.
ago.
And hopefully they are gonna be cheaper. But here again, both judges will have the ability to use either one of the facilities depending on what we're needing.
because I'm just thinking, we're a little over 40%, 47% through the 42% through the year. So definitely Inquest is probably going to go way over.
Oh, it is, there's still.
It's already,
Yes,
And
that's what I-
I have to say that some of the deaths did occur in 2022. That I had some bills that we're still carrying over to 2023 because I didn't get billed in 2022.
That was what I was gonna add to, because there are a significant number of bills that were not received. Current, in a timely manner, so they are on this year's budget that were.
It was taking pretty much 6 months to 9 months to get an autopsy report back.
And was that from Nueces?
No,
Was that from Lockhart?
yes.
Well, it might be good that we're not using them, even if they are less
I was
expensive.
kind of curious if that was one of the reasons, but I have noticed a significant.
No, I'm just wanting to be sure that the figure we have in there for 2024 is reasonable.
Well, what they gave me, they were telling me year to date was 41,000. We're up to 63, is what you're telling me?
Well, we just paid $20,000
Again.
today. We wrote checks for.
So I didn't get enough to date.
Yeah,
but I
it
do
was
know
just it was on today's accounts payable, it was only 20,000.
how much is your typical inquest?
About 4,000
Dang.
per. And right now, if you'll look at the reports, if you'll look at the death autopsies, I'm at 34 deaths so far this year. Well, as of May 31st, I was at 34 deaths and 11 autopsies. Last year was one of the biggest. I had 17 autopsies. So the increase on our deaths are going up.
What are the things that triggers one other than the obvious?
Other than the
That there's-
homicides or
yeah.
car
Suicide.
wrecks.
Homicide.
Suicides, just depending on whether or not, like, on the scene as to whether or not I need to order one. Whether or not it's a true overdose, juvenile overdose, there's things that are mandatory. Children, infants. Whether or not I can make if I cannot make a determination, because some people, it may just have been natural causes, but I'm not sure. Because they had no medical history or anything else in order for me to make that ruling. So I'll ask for assistance through the medical examiner's office.
And this is just your precinct,
This
it's not
is
the
just-
county.
So this whole report on the office activity report is just solely mine. You can see tickets. You can see what's still outstanding, how many warrants are out. As of December 31st, I didn't go in and do 5 months worth, but as of December 31st, we had 1.7 million out of this warrants, a little over 5,000 warrants. The whole office has 1.8 million. That was as of December 31st. So you can see the caseloads, you can see the phone activities. Magistration is huge right now on my end. Last year we had it 891 versus the year before 502. So everything in my office has gone up tremendously. And I don't know what the numbers are going to be for 2023.
All right.
Questions?
Yep, thank you very much. And we got Mr. Strothman.
All I have is my salary. Correct?
What page is that on?
No. 409. Oh, no, sorry, don't listen to that. Hey, it's in the very beginning. Department
Page
13.
Page what?
Week 13, we had him listed for courthouse, but we really don't have anything since we're still under construction. Unless you want to update on something there.
So we're going to 409, you said?
Yes.
Can you put that up so I can see?
Yeah,
Except that, no, she's got a problem.
Okay.
She's having
I have
technical issues.
linking formulas that were interrupted, and so I have, yeah.
Okay.
But I can show you, it's not gonna help on yours though, unfortunately, John, because all of your salary numbers are gonna show up like
Okay, that's fine.
that. REFs.
So most of 409 really is used across the county, is it not?
Yes.
And I just made the notation for the rents and the leases, what we were estimating was 9 months lease, just in case we had to be here for that much time. Since we just approved that today, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we may not have to pay all of that.
Right.
Okay,
So John is 102. 409, 102.
Right, and that includes actually the budget, we had budgeted for that 10,000 that for that stipend that he did receive. And it was not received anymore, so that number is a higher budget numbers than what the actual salary is. That's,
Is it in 102?
it's in 102.
I have no questions. It actually went down.
And the reason that increase of the variance there is because we did change, he was receiving 10% of his salary out of venue.
Mhm.
And we moved it 100% to 409.
Okay, that's,
and is someone else still in this?
Not in 102,
Yeah.
not in that.
What about
line.
103?
103, yes, ma'am.
Is that
That is,
Emily?
yes, and there is that PIO open position as well that hasn't been filled in quite some time.
so the reason there's an increase actually on from 23, 2024 is because the money is coming from a different account.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, John. Miss Caesar.
Been a lot of meetings today. I just got done with EOC, so, our salaries, Anna and I talked, and I think we're good.
What page number?
44.
I think we are good there. We've already anticipated any step increases or anything.
We're not exactly talking about step increases now, are we?
Well, our part-time had not, but they will a different number than they are right now because we hired them at a lower.
Right, right.
Well,
Is that reflected in here?
So the budget in that, let me go to this other spreadsheet. I can answer you better. Let me make sure I am telling you correctly.
I think the two positions were
So you're talking about your two part-time?
part-time.
Correct. So those were replacing part-time members that had been there quite some time and did receive some step increases at a 2.5%. So what is in the budget is what had remained. And the two part-timers that did come in came in at a lower rate than what is budgeted.
So that really the proposed, we might think will be lower. In actuality,
We could lower that. Yes, ma'am.
well, you're telling me that the people who came into those positions are paid less than what the people who were in those positions
Mhm.
are being paid.
Yes, that is correct.
So do you have them
So-
scheduled to go up in some way other than being a step? Once they
No,
there for a certain time?
no, I usually try to wait at least a year that they've been there
Yeah.
and gonna pan out on our part-time. You know, we were fortunate. DeAndre and those were there for 7 years and
Yeah.
long time. But I
And
like,
these were budgeted salaries that were set in for the 2023 budget. And at that time, those same part-time people earning that were still here.
Right,
So-
I'm just saying that we might be able to anticipate that the Mount Universe salary part-time will be less in 2024.
Yes,
Okay.
and I
yes,
can calculate that number. Let me make a note of it.
And then I had a question, Lori.
mhm.
There's a 39% increase in machinery and equipment, and I just wondered what, because I know, I think this year we did the gates.
We're almost all caught up. We are still looking at the freezer from last year. We need the big to hold more. We ended up having to buy a large chest freezer to hold carcasses till we could get them to disposed of. But it is rather strenuous to try to lift them out. So Renee, we're still looking at, he was out this week to look at the big top coil on the outside freezer.
So you may be replacing a freezer next.
Well, it was already built in last year, so we're still there. The 60 this year. Our one truck has 160,000 miles on it. It's 10 years old and it's not very reliable. We had already replaced the transmission, like during COVID when you couldn't get any trucks. We determined that would be the best course of action, sorry. And then while it was sitting at fleet, waiting to get fixed, there was a raccoon in the engine compartment. And when they turned it on, it blew up, like the radiator, the fan, everything had to be replaced. And it doesn't run very well. It's still, it's just never been right again.
So this would be for a new vehicle.
Just be replacing the truck. I believe the box, we can take it to Deerskin and have it straightened out. From talking to them, they would be able to repair any of it, so it just transfer the box onto a new chassis.
Okay,
So
a
you're,
new chassis, but it would include the engine and like the cab.
Well, yeah, you
Okay.
take the bed off
Okay.
and then it's replaced. I think it's a 8-point secure system to move the old box on there. I think we can salvage it. Deerskin's really good about fixing, straighten out any kennel doors or anything, because they did get hit in the back by a hit and run.
Thank you.
Mhm.
that is 580 you're talking about?
Excuse me?
You're talking about 580?
Yeah.
Is that,
Yes,
so that 17,000 difference would be enough to help compensate with what you already have for a vehicle? And
Yeah, I don't have anything for a vehicle. I don't have necessarily, or there has never been, as far as I could find, that they anticipated replacement of stuff periodically, like the sheriff's office. I haven't been able to find that. Just like I don't find safety equipment be budgeted, so change a line item. It was a miscellaneous to that. Catch poles, bike gloves, all those things were not built in to anticipate replacing on, 2 or 3 year, look through the rotation of it.
I think what you're asking, Commissioner Duknick, is if that 17,000, it's the total 60,000 that would be to replace the truck, but she doesn't have anything else in there. So
Yes,
it's not just the additional, it's that total amount would be to replace the truck.
That's total amount would be, okay.
That was Russ' estimate talking with Blake and Hannah. That we kind of came up with a figure. We weren't for sure what it would be going right now, because it has to be a 3/4 ton to hold the box. I mean,
That's why we
got,
can't use like a sheriff surplus vehicle.
I don't know if what 3/4 tons they have. I
Mhm.
mean, we already take all their surplus.
Correct.
I was under the impression that they said they didn't have anything that animal control.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you may be looking at a 1 ton even from the standpoint of putting one of the big boxes on there.
Well, the 3/4 does pretty good, and it's easier for, driving and handling, especially when you get on some of the roads that are still sand. Because they do get stuck sometimes out on Banty. Have to be careful when it's wet. Because they are heavy. With the box on there, makes them quite a bit heavier than a regular bed. But
We,
that's.
I'm sorry, Lori, I don't
Go ahead,
interrupt.
Jackie.
We have a meeting Wednesday that we're going to talk about ARPA funds. We do still have a little bit of a surplus on that. This is one project we were kind of wanting to bring to the committee as far as replacing the truck for animal control using ARPA funds, because of it being the health and welfare of the county is, as far as the animals. So it's something that we would bring. Hadn't really said anything to Lori about it, but it would take that 60,000 out of general fund and put it in ARPA.
Thank you.
We're meeting Wednesday.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other question? I mean, it's only like chemicals have raised a little bit and professional services at any vet stuff that we would need, especially on our adoptives that have to get fixed. We try to use low cost, but the lines sometimes are long to get them in. Try to get them in as quickly as possible. I don't know, it looked like Commissioner Dupnick was going to say something.
I had a question.
I was
about
waiting.
Basically the food. I know there's been concerns about the food. You have explained to me that, you're getting the best food you can get for the money. I know, and you're right now getting a premium food, I won't say premium generic food, I guess, generic brand. But with the way you've been so busy and so full there, do you anticipate having enough funds to?
I think we'll be all right there. I mean, we were fortunate to have the pack, had the Chewy truck come in, and we got food once a month or once every 3 months, we got a pallet, and we were fortunate. That has kind of dwindled down, and talking with Cheryl over there about it, they're sending frozen food and stuff, and that's not something I can utilize as well. The thing is, animal control or care or whatever I want to call it isn't their home, and they're getting adequate nutrition food at what the bag says.
And I think I probably asked
Yeah.
all, but
And I have calculated the calories and what calorie intake they need. They're not doing anything.
No, but I guess my question really should have been, you're not getting all those donations.
Not in that.
And I know you're buying the best food you can buy. So not getting all the donations, or do you have enough money in the budget to?
Yeah, we should be
That
fine.
was my
We'll
question.
just stay with the mid-grade food. I mean,
So.
Purina ones.
Complaint that you're not feeding them good enough food,
Yeah,
tell them to come pick them up, take them home with them.
Well, it's actually, it's,
3 hots in a cot is kind of my theory. I mean,
I think she's doing a good job on that. She's doing a great job on that. It's just that some groups,
They can take them to their.
I agree with you.
I think with Bob's, I think what you're trying to ask is, do does she want to increase that?
Yeah, I was just concerned
I
because you
think
lost
we
your,
should be okay if though, you know, we cannot afford Purina One. It has gone, that's what they used to feed. It has gone to $80 a bag and they're 44 pounds, not 50 pounds that I can get for $30. And what the thing is with most of the food, even though Tractor Supply or whatever, it's made by Diamond. And Diamond is a good dog food manufacturer. I think there's only 4 actually. So everything that comes off it, you know, it's kind of like Hill Country versus Del Monte or whatever, you know, they're all in the same kind of
Is
ballpark.
there a manufacturer anywhere close to us?
Not that I am aware of. I've
And-
tried to look at the Purina program for shelters. They were all getting it going. And then with COVID, a lot of things have just,
And you say there's a limited number, like the companies that make like cattle feed and horse feed, they don't also make dog food?
well, some do, some don't. Purina, of course.
How about something like Full of Pep or, I mean, you have some others.
I don't know where you,
Purina-
I don't know where you get them, I guess.
Full of Pep used to be made in Cuero. But some of those places like that would deliver directly to you and bypass the retailer.
They may if I reach out to them. I'm just not aware of them. And I will certainly look and see if I can find, you know, Royal Canin, yes, has a shelter program, but they want all my adopters' information. They want,
Purina's gonna be so high right
They-
off.
they
keep
have
the
gone-
discount, it's Still gonna be high.
yeah.
my
So
question wasn't about the quality of your food. It's basically, it's about all the donations. I mean, looked like every month you were getting donations like crazy and they've stopped.
well, the
And so-
food part, but it's also the availability of food as well. You know, I mean, Humane Society, Autumn called me and asked me, did I have any food to spare for their food pantry? No, I don't. You know, we don't. We try to help if we can, but we haven't been able to help the people that call us. I direct them over to them since they're the nonprofit.
So the animals that we have right now,
Mm-hmm.
do you have a number of how long? What's the longest ones in there? What? Do you have a breakdown as far as how long we've had them
I
at the
can.
shelter?
I can. I don't have it right here, right this moment. But part of them also is in accordance with Another Chance. They're there longer if they're going through heartworm treatment because that's what their house does in order to get them to move out of state or wherever they'll be accepted. So those are, it's kind of a misleading when you look at it, because if they're going through heartworm treatment, that's 60 days that she has them out there.
And when do the contracts with Fulton and Rockport come to?
I believe they're, I think that is,
We've been meeting with them and have started talking to them about that.
I haven't been included yet, so I'm just aware of,
There's no expiration date on the contract.
No,
Right,
there's
and-
no-
Let's
it-
not have
it's-
a renewal.
it renews,
can't
but
remember
we
the
do
date, though.
Definitely need to look at costs.
and
don't
look at
think
that
there's a
because
deal.
I'm not sure if we shouldn't add another officer. Some of these places are getting pretty sketchy with no way for them to protect
I
themselves.
kind of wonder if we should even do theirs. Just not sure we can take care of our own.
Well, we can take care of our own. I mean, our intakes are still almost about the same, although owner surrender calls have increased a lot. And those I have a hard time with because it's one way or another way. I feel that should be accountable. If there isn't room, they need to do their due diligence to find a place. I don't think it's up to the county to bring them in. Those are first out. Those are first out because I have possession of them right then. So I don't know if we want to, for $10, do that. I don't know. You know, it's so, everything is so convoluted right now with people just trying to survive. It's difficult. But we also have the rescue that, you know, both rescues contribute a lot to the county as well. So I just don't know. Maybe Rockport. With the growth, I don't have an answer. Because we're seeing more and more. And I'm not sure they're always from Aransas County.
Right.
Because I believe Aransas Pash on the city limit should go first, not us. But That's just my personal opinion.
Those Aransas pay anything?
No. But it's easy to push them to the other side of the road. Now they're in Aransas County. I'm like, but over here, they're in Aransas Pass. Well, no, they ran over to Aransas County. I'm like, yeah, no.
So what's the percentage that you pick up in Lamar? Cause I know I've heard people say, no, especially a cat, you better take it across the bridge or it'll come back.
Lamar is not that high. The most pickups actually are gonna be down. How Aransas Pass along there in there, all those roads, Shaver, Bolden, Johnson, Smith, A1, all those that are close. You know, it's just more spread out there, but you're gonna get more animals from that
So
area.
Jackie, y'all are looking at the fees on the contracts with,
We most definitely have to look at the fees because those have not been changed in years. And our costs have gone up considerably.
what percentage of the animal control budget is funded through them?
Probably a third. Is that about right?
You know, when we get a bill from them, they don't even ask us whenever they go up.
It might be less than that because I think.
I'd
think
have
it's
to,
about
I don't
100.
even want to venture to guess because I'm trying to think, I'm thinking the city right now pays like $25,000 a year or something like that is what the city of Rockport pays, because it's like $800 and something a quarter, if I'm not mistaken. But I really need to look at it before I just jump.
It's just 2,400.
I thought it was 100, about 100,000.
And it may be, I may be wrong, it may be monthly.
I think when I read the thing, I might be wrong. I thought it was about 100,000.
It
Was
could
it?
very well be. It could, I mean,
But
it could
still.
be it's monthly instead of quarterly. I'd have to look at it.
But we're at a 400 and almost $50,000 budget. That's not
But they still
very
need to,
much.
yeah.
Well, we
it
need
needs
to look
be
at it
increased.
because they don't hesitate to give big raises for the
That's right.
things that we partner on them and just send us a bill without even asking. And
Yeah. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Colin. Oh,
Page number, please.
14.
oh, you're saving us some money.
Yeah. Almost $1,500,000.
So most of my budget, it actually covers the entire county. It's not one department. We are working on de-skewing my budget. And each year I've been working on that to kind of break things out into more. This is specifically something for that department. So I'm putting it into their budget. It's kind of like Renee's done for the jail budget and stuff. We're working on trying to do that with mine to really show what it takes to run my department. Right now, I've got stuff from every department in my budget. And it's really hard to break that out. I've gotten it. Well, we've got it down about $200,000 right now overall.
but is that money just in some other budget?
Some of it has been moved. We've moved probably about $87,000 to other budgets. And then I took about 130 out of my capital, which was stuff for the new courthouse that we have already issued POs for. And that brought that number back down in line with what I typically budget for new PC purchasing and inventory control for general replacements around the county, and keeping that rotation on our 4 to 5 year rotation on desktops and computers on cycle.
So when you said like furniture and equipment that you took 130 out, did it go out of your budget, but then it went into some other departments?
It did not. That came straight out. That's straight out bottom line.
And then I noticed some of the departments have really excessive, what looks to me like excessive phone charges. And I see yours is going up 13,000. I think the airports went up considerably, and I can't remember a couple of other departments.
A lot of that, part of that is both between the federal government and state and all these new broadband initiatives. They've enacted new fees that they happily pass down to customers because companies don't want to lose out on their profits. And then some of it is for every phone that is at someone's desk, we get charged an extension for their phones. So the more phones they have, the more their telephone bill is going to be. So when you have an office that has 15 phones, that's a higher bill.
So have you looked at going with somebody different?
All of the phone systems, the way they are now, are per phone. They don't do general phone lines like you used to have 10 phone lines and you could have as many phone lines as you wanted. But if you have a phone that someone answers, they're going to charge you for it now. Just like with your mobile carriers, you pay $100 for the first line and $30 for each line thereafter. They're doing the same thing for voice over IP. It's all voice over IP stuff now.
Why is there a variance on your salary? Should that be the variance on a regular?
I don't have anything to say on the salary side of things, because I didn't put those numbers together.
That too was due to a step increase that.
Okay,
did
from
go
the
in.
healthcare.
Right, yes, sir.
And for his staff, though, there's none carrying.
No, sir, so when we did 2023 budget in 2022 and everybody turned in their request for step increases, this is where that discussion is that some people do process them and some people don't, and some people do them really late in the game, and so that's where that is. There's no variance in the 103 line.
That's, yeah.
Because those step increases have not gone into
And
process.
Those are both Judy and Russ, their annual reviews typically come up at the end of this month. So if they're gonna get step increases, they'd happen between June and July. Is
But
typically
they
when I
did
do those.
receive them from 2022 to 2023, because you can see the.
Right, I've been very
That's what I was curious
conservative
about.
on step increases and but with cost of living and stuff and things that they're doing now, that they're definitely, I'm gonna be putting them in for this year, which is in the budget. It's not gonna affect our current budget. But I try to be very conservative on the steps as well.
What do you spend professional services on?
Professional services, I spend that typically on consulting for any of our network design stuff, security design. When we do major projects, we use that for paying for those professional services instead of a capital outlay. We'll just kind of split that off for ongoing network changes and consulting is what that's for. When we go out for. In the last couple of years, we haven't really used it, but we keep it there because it does come up. And
Okay.
if
Well,
I had to
thank
bring,
you for bringing it in under last year's budget.
if I had to bring every time I need professional services to Commissioner's Court, I wouldn't get anything done unless we called special meetings. So I try to keep it in the budget.
Thank you, Colin.
Thank you.
Miss Linda?
On page 24.
The page.
24.
Is
Actually,
this broadcast or no? Okay.
Colin, I have one more quick question. I'm sorry. Your budget, does it take into account moving into the new courthouse and or is it?
Most of the furniture that I have.
Okay,
Small things. Should.
thank you.
Hi.
So if you want to tell us things before we start it.
The only real change that I have made for a request is furniture so that once we get to the new courthouse, I can get a desk that's actually large enough for my assistant to work on. Because she's pretty crowded.
Well, there was an increase in the maintenance agreement.
I am not sure what that is for. Well, I know what it's for, but I don't know why. Colin would be better to answer that question.
So you don't know what that,
Well, I know what it's,
It's for the Encode HR module in Encode. So that is just the annual maintenance that he has to pay for.
so the
IT
renewal is going up.
Mhm.
IT covers it, but they switched it over to HR this time.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. IT, that was part of that 87,000 that he said he moved out of his budget into other budgets. This is part of that.
So a portion of it is for the Encode HR module, and what's the other part for?
I do not know the answer to that.
Do you know another maintenance agreement that's going on?
No, that's the only one I'm aware of.
Yeah.
Now, let's see if we can figure out which one it is over here.
But this is it right here. That's all
Right.
that Colin added to it. So I don't know from before what 3025.
I'm wondering if that is just what he's saying that amount should be this time. Instead of adding it to that, you should just put that 3451 there.
Okay.
You think
So
it
where's
went
not
from
an increase?
3,025 to 3,451?
I'm not certain because I'll ask Colin. I need to verify that because I do know that this year was the first year that he did take away from his budget to change it to everybody's particular departmental budgets. So I'm not certain. I don't think that it was in there last year, that 3,025.
I don't think so.
I don't think that was
he
in
charged it to
code
it. It was-
last year.
It was there, but I don't think when it came through, he actually coded it to it.
But yeah, I'll check that.
You show one back to 2020 and then jumps to 2023 before. Yeah, anything.
They're very inconsistent sometimes on where they charge.
What did you say? They're very.
Oh, I just said that sometimes he gets the idea and he puts it somewhere and then when it comes in, he still charges it to his. So.
Yeah,
Well,
a
I
number of
understand
years,
how that-
a number of years ago, it was set up like that where it's broke out to every department. Then they decided to change it. Put it all in his, so.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Who's next?
Elle and Star Bauer.
Elle, and she's at the EOC
EOC
at that
meeting.
training. Judge Bauer says she'd be here at 3.
Want to take a really quick recess? About 5 minutes? I need to use the restroom.
Work.
So I just text Amanda's in doing the jury selection and they've got a jury trial that starts tomorrow. So Jen said she could maybe.
She could do Amanda's this afternoon.
I was just texting her to see, they go over there and talk that.
Yeah, I wish I could be here for the airport, since I'm on that advisory board.
Yeah, and that's gonna be tomorrow.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be gone from 11 on. So I miss Road and Bridge. Ugh, hate to miss. And I'll miss the auditors. I sure don't want to miss that one.
That's gonna be the best.
Hey, did they Did they let you know that we had a question about the HR maintenance agreements? Oh, okay. So in.
Page
said what?
23.
Auditors, page 23.
Change that.
Ugh.
Now, how much bigger do we need to make y'all's office than the new courthouse?
Yeah.
We're gonna live with what we got.
The only thing they asked for some of those little rain umbrellas to put in.
That ought to be,
Something to put Chippendale on.
that ought to be a standard issue. Those little umbrellas. Yeah. Might need to try to get a patent on those.
Right?
Hannah, have you ever had an office that didn't leak?
I have never had an office that did not leak.
That's what I was thinking.
So I am really looking forward to the new courthouse because it should never have a leak.
Don't be,
I am.
don't be jinxing us.
Yeah. I was just thinking that.
I don't know what made me think about that. I remember the old building.
Oh, it was
Think
bad.
so.
Just chatting. Are we doing your budget now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Any questions?
I don't see much on there.
Your increase is just, I guess, from salaries.
The
The
salary, so
district judge.
I will
District
say,
judges.
yes, the district judges, when they came to meet with us for the budget, they did ask us to put a 5% COLA in for hours to match what they are doing for all of their county,
So that's
all
102
of
and
their counties.
102 and 103.
103, correct.
I think we need some judges from Live Oak County or someplace where they don't have all that income.
Yeah.
You know what? Our judges are in Live Oak County.
We'll see.
They go there. They don't live there. They live in San Patricio where they got millions of dollars.
Judge Bauer.
She lives in B County,
Beeville.
but two of them live where they got lots of money.
So we're done then with yours?
Yes, ma'am, if
And
y'all
that's-
don't have any other
Well, the
questions.
telephone went up,
Right.
but I was asking questions about the telephone earlier, so.
Is that the only page y'all have?
Yes, sir.
Dang.
I know, we're easy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is Ginger coming over?
I don't know if Ginger is, Kevin is, Kevin's round election.
What page? Oh, she's not here yet.
Are you going to?
Yes, comes right before us. It's page 22.
That's it, and he's close with Cecil. Actually. I don't need- 22.
22.
If and when he gets here.
Well, y'all can look at it. Well, I will say before he gets here that his budget sheets that he turned in for his expenses, there was a lot of statutory regulations that he had to increase his part-time salary. He did.
Oh, statutory, what they pay?
No, I think of what is required to have on staff.
Oh.
Per however many voters are coming in. Right.
So what happened to the bill where the head of that was gonna be elected? There was a bill in legislature to make that position elected position.
I don't know.
I don't know.
You're gonna make the election administrator an elected position?
There was a bill in the legislature to do that.
That's scary.
It didn't pass. Yeah, that would not be.
Okay.
This serve on TAC has said it is still under the county clerk unless there's an administrator appointed.
He did say in his email to me that it was House Bill 1217 requires more hours to be open for early voting.
Oh,
And that was
That's
another
why the
reason
temp
for the increase.
Including a Sunday.
Yeah, yeah. So you'll see too on that, his line item 115. That it is a $40,000 variance.
yeah. The $33,000 increase, of course. But the election year is gonna be,
Mhm.
that's not necessarily ever,
No, I think what he said this year was gonna be a very busy year, or next year.
There'll be a.
it'll be coming up filing and stuff.
Here is
Primary year, that's right.
Appraisal district.
Election year.
For two of them,
Oh,
That's not the budget.
for precinct 1 and precinct 3. And then also for the NAV district. for precinct 1 and precinct 3.
So Pat, did the NAB district, did they hire that legal firm?
They did it for them. They never gave $1. He almost gave $1 now, he was making the
Oh, wrong.
motion.
I got the impression it might have been $30,000. They don't have, you don't have to do that because they don't have to bid it, or that would just be an estimate, yes.
It would just be letting the public know.
I don't know.
I'm sure they have some.
Did y'all want us to call somebody else to have somebody else to stay a little bit longer, or were you want to just do the ones that we've got coming and?
Can Anna Marshall come over? Oh, no, she's gonna be at 10:45. I'd get to hear her. anyway. So we took. care
So
of Jay.
this class they're taking at the EOC, is that go on tomorrow too, or just today?
I thought it was just today, and I thought it was like till 3 o'clock, but I'm not.
Okay.
Maybe, because she was gonna come over after.
Doctor
They
appointment.
got through.
Your doctor appointment on afternoon.
It's 12:15. I have to be there 11:45. Cause I haven't seen him before, so
I gotta do.
usually we do that online. Could we check with Mike Gear maybe about moving up to Kevin's place tomorrow morning?
I'm sorry, you do what?
Move Mike from 1:15 tomorrow up to 10, since Kevin's coming over, right? Didn't you say Kevin's
Sure.
coming over?
As long as he's available, yeah. I don't-
Okay,
Yeah, if we get some of these others this afternoon, we'll be through before.
Yeah, we'll have Amanda
Election
done.
tomorrow.
Kevin done, that'll eliminate some. So we can move everybody up. I think, Pam is coming at 9 tomorrow, but she may very well walk in at 3 with the other two and do all 3 of them today.
but I would just really like for Mike to be when I'm here, since I'm on that airport advisory board.
We'll have him here in the morning.
But you did say Kevin said he was coming on over.
Yeah.
So our sprinkler system is based on function
We're here.
at home, that
Oh.
regular. It's
Oh,
been
good.
out of commission for about 2 years.
Is that door locked? Okay.
Anna just texted and said that she can do hers on Zoom if you would like, since she's not here,
Who could?
or since she's on there. Anna Marshall,
She's already on Zoom, so she won't.
if you want that, or if you would like her here in person, whatever
We
you,
could do her right now.
Right now.
Since Kevin's not here. Yeah, and then maybe move David up.
perfect.
For that.
Yeah.
What page is she?
Oh, let me see. Let's see.
Here, talk about, here's Kevin right here.
26.
Now we'll go back to that page. What was Kevin's page?
Oh,
Okay,
22.
22. Okay, I did tell them what you mentioned in the email about your part-time. Because really, that's your biggest variance.
The temporaries.
Right.
Yes. And that line item pretty well has historically, in my opinion, been under budgeted for. I think primarily because the county was under the impression that we got reimbursed from the state on those, and we do not. The exception of that is for primary elections. We do get reimbursed for election day workers only. During primaries, we are responsible for footing the bill for early voting.
I've got in my budget
What was that
book,
last sentence you just said?
During primary elections, the county is expected to foot the bill for early voting.
For early voting.
Yes,
So just the day of the election.
is covered by the parties, yes. Or the Secretary of State, yes.
And do you submit for that or?
Yes, that is, I do submit for that reimbursement, yes, to the state.
in my budget book for the proposed for temporary help, I got 45,000.
Right, and that number, Kevin did email me.
Okay, to correct it this
Just
morning.
after I had already
Okay.
printed all of these and handed them out to you guys,
10-4.
that he found out about that House bill. So we increased it a little bit more to the 52,872.
Kevin,
Are we talking about temporary help?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's 52,000 now?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am, 872.
will you clarify that? You said during a primary, you're not reimbursing the state, but you bill the parties, or the parties for the primary, right?
So for primary elections, the county is responsible for early voting. And election day, the parties are responsible for.
Oh, okay.
Which for election day, we do get that reimbursement from the state for the primaries for the parties.
Not any new machine purchases on the horizon or?
No, but one kind of major addition, I guess you could say, to the budget is my supplies line item. That is an increase of $19,000. And that is in large part due to the thermal ballot paper that's required for the
I
new
wondered if
equipment.
it's something to do with.
Yes. And next year is going to be a very busy election, of course, or election year. We have 4 anticipated elections.
Yeah.
And the price of that paper has gone up $50 a box.
What's the significance of having to use that kind of paper? What's their rationale to?
It's just what is required by the voting equipment.
By the
It's a
machine?
special type of paper. And to my knowledge, our voting system vendor is the only supplier for that paper.
Oh,
It's a
really?
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if they didn't think of that on their own.
Well, it might have been some
Maybe later.
campaign donations.
Only ink supplier also.
And your conference and associations use, maybe you address that.
Yes, so I am requesting an increase in that, primarily due to the extra part-time employee I have in my office. And, registration fees are going up as well as mileage costs.
But I would hope that there wouldn't be a time that all of you would be attending the same conference. Would there be?
There is a time, yes.
And then how is the office?
It depends on the conference itself. We do actually have one coming up this end of early August. August, generally speaking, is our slowest time of the year. And the past year, maybe even last year, we just closed the office for the training.
How many days?
We were closed to the public for 3 days.
Because what kind of calls do you have in that time of the year anyway?
Really, phone calls, in-person people, it's minimal to none on a daily basis. And, I do take my work laptop with me, and our voicemails, we do get those in our emails too. So if anything comes up, I do have the ability to respond to those.
Where is the conference?
This one coming up is in Austin.
Anything else that we can do anything about?
All right, well, thank you.
Mhm.
I appreciate it. Colin.
So good, Colin.
He left again.
That file supposed to be here in just a minute.
Yeah, that's right. She must be here 3.
Does she
And
have,
Amanda's gonna be here at 3 also.
does Judge Bauer have a page?
Yes.
$16.
What page did you say?
16. Well, that is Judge Bauer, District Court.
We do.
But if we're gonna do. Anna's on 26.
Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, tell me the page.
Yeah.
26. Yep, we can hear you. Good afternoon.
Hello, how are you all today?
We're here.
Don't sound so excited. I don't have a whole lot of major changes. I do have just I actually had a decrease in my professional services. The only increases is in miscellaneous repairs and maintenance. My contracts for my 2 money machines are going up. And an increase for the bond premiums. I added my bond or the Texas collector's bond will be renewed in 24. So we have to add it for this for 24.
And is that like on a not
Every-
annual basis, but
Every 4
periodic?
years up when election. This year, that 24 will be mine, and then in 25 will be my chief deputies. And then we don't have any for for 2-3 years.
Okay.
So
thank you.
that fluctuates every 3 or 4 years.
Anna, this is Misty. You said a contract was going up. Can you say that again? I misunderstood you.
My money machine contract, maintenance contracts
Okay, thank you.
are going up.
And the figure from the appraisal district is most likely going to be higher than that amount.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because
I don't ever see that until they finish it. Or you guys see it before I do.
but what I saw when I went to their meeting last week showed about a $70,000 increase.
Yeah, I wasn't able to attend that because I was at conference.
Yeah.
And they
I'm
knew
just-
ahead of time that I would be at conference and I wouldn't be able to go to that one.
Right. I'm
This is just a
wanting to
placeholder.
make a note of that because it's going to be a significant amount.
Right. And
All
then
right.
the other thing I ask all the time is just 1 to 2 step increases upon yearly evaluations if deserved.
Could you say that again, please?
For salaries for my employees. I asked just for a 1 or a 2 step increase upon yearly evaluations.
We're
If I-
actually not going to talk about those. at this
Okay. I just always
We're
add that.
Take them all out of that $50,000 fund that is in the commissioner's account. But thank you for that information.
All right, thank you.
That was it. I'm pretty easy.
Thanks.
Don't let that out.
No.
All right, now Judge Bauer. What's her number?
16.
16. Good afternoon, Judge.
I very much appreciate you taking me a little out of time. We tried to coordinate with the county attorneys. Frank Rabbit, who's done what, but I'm happy. I've got this on your damn. Sorry.
Oh.
16.
16.
Yes, we're 16. Is everyone there? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
First, I would like for the court to understand that there have been some changes in the law that have required us to go up on a couple of categories. Number one, the legislature has now deemed it the county's duty and their expense to provide interpreters in civil cases for those who cannot speak English for one reason or another. We have quite a few Spanish, but also in this county, we have had some Vietnamese, and I believe maybe one Cantonese. These can be very expensive. And so we have gone up on our interpreters. And that is the professional services on line 410. The other is that the jury fees have gone up. And now instead of being mandated paid $6 for the first day, the Benarman must all be paid $10 for their first day. And then every day thereafter, instead of $40, they have to be paid, and I'm sorry, either $54 or $56. So we calculated it on 56. So in the event we're wrong and it's 54, that's money to get back and not have to find somewhere else. That raises our jury fees pretty significantly. Instead, it raises them to 32,000 is our best guess. The other reason for that is that every jury we have planned for Aransas County goes. We never crater in Aransas County. And in fact, some of our district judge to set weeks. Each of the district judges has 3 district judge to set weeks. And what those are weeks during which all 5 of our counties keep the district courtroom available for a jury trial. And I know that I have made 2 of those weeks this year Aransas County weeks to take care of Aransas County trials. And some of these are incarcerated individuals who have been incarcerated over 600 days, 300 to 600 days. And then a lot of them, though, are the older cases where they're out on bond. And so they're not the first ones that are called when we have a jury trial. And so their cases just keep getting delayed and delayed. During these district court to set weeks, I've taken the position that I can call any case, any criminal case that I want to. And so I'm using it to move the bond cases, what I consider the bond cases, the men and women that are out on bond. Because a lot of these cases are very serious cases that just haven't been addressed. I believe we've got, I don't know if we have some 19 still out there, or some 19 cases still out there that are bond, but they need to be taken care of. The law requires that on our jury days, our criminal court days, that those who have been incarcerated, those cases go first. But on these special settings, we can either have a civil preference or do the bond. And so I've taken the position I'm doing the bonds, which just means those are 2 extra weeks that I know we're going to have in Aransas County for juries. Judge Watley has also made 2 of hers Aransas County jury weeks, some to, and myself as well, to move some of the civil cases if we can. But civil cases tend to settle. As long as they've got a jury sitting there, they settle pretty quickly, we have found. And so I believe Judge Watley's using the same theory that I am, that if our civil settled, we can get some of those bond cases moved and off our dockets. Judge Flanagan, I don't believe has set his district courts reserve weeks yet, but I know that we are all of a like mind on that. So that's kind of a long explanation, but just for you to understand that the legislature has decided that the jury's time is worth more than $40 a day, and we don't have any discretion over that at all. The other number that always catches people's attention are attorney's fees. And it's just an unfortunate consequence of the events of our community. Crime goes up and much more serious crimes. I know, and I'm so sorry, I just apologize to the sheriff. We always try to get those heinous crimes tried, but a lot of times they just they're in line, and that's when they go. But as a result, the attorney's fees they are what they are. And that's our best guess, I believe, is that 300,000 number. I don't know if y'all have any other questions about some of the increases. I know that we are presenting in our budget. I'm happy to answer them.
When you said attorney fees, we have it as 401, you said 300,000?
300,000.
And we should,
I think what y'all got was 200, but Tana and I talked about it because we had met with the judges and it's
Okay.
300,000.
Because I was thinking, like we discussed before, we're at 42% of the year and we're already more than 50%
Yeah.
using up this. So I didn't know that was realistic,
Thank
listening to what Judge Bauer just said. So that's 300,000.
Okay.
And those are the court appointed attorneys?
They are.
Okay.
We do get a reimbursement, but it's like $30,000 on all of it, between the court and the district court and the county court. We get like $30,000 from indigent defense. It's very. People are ordered to pay them back, but
It doesn't.
Yeah. I am trying. I will say this, and I think that Ms. Oster will back me up. I take the financial obligations of probation very seriously. And I often set these cases for status to make sure that they are paying back what they need to be paying back. I guess I'll just stop there since we're on the record. But I try really hard to make sure that they, that they do keep paying their fines and fees and certainly restitution.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
The legislature was not our friend.
They were
They
not.
never are.
They never are. And, the only thing I can say is that they have been called on the carpet this session for unfunded mandates. I don't know that keeps them from doing it. I'm sure it doesn't. But
Doesn't seem to phase them.
so anyway, thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
So
Page number.
I don't know what page number it's on.
Okay, we'll start with page 21.
Oh, okay, it does say 21. Fine.
That's your department.
I have multiple budgets that I have to present to you, but this is obviously the one that is the most money, so we'll start there. So the only increase that you see is besides the step increases, which I understand we're not talking about today, is I am going to request another attorney. Mostly to handle our felony cases. We have so many felony cases and sometimes we're set 70, 80, 90 cases in one day. And if we had another attorney, we might could resolve more of those. To note, we are in the middle of picking a jury for a murder trial right now. And I am needed over here to speak with you. So Jacqueline Johnson and I have done our best to coordinate vacations so that we try not to take off at the same time, but there's only the two of us handling the felony cases. And we didn't do very well at coordinating being sick earlier this year. And it kind of put us at a loss where we both had to come to work while we were sick. So I think that we would be able to move through more of our dockets more efficiently if we had another set of hands, because as you all know, there's only so many hours in the day. So that is going to be my request in that department. Otherwise, on other line items.
And that would be a criminal.
For a criminal attorney, yes.
Thank you.
For the other line items, I don't think I went up on any of them, just kind of managed them down based on past year's trends and what I thought would be a better projection of how much money we would spend based on how much money we spend on the past, like on postage and things like that. The court cost, the line item for court costs includes our travel expenses for victims and witnesses. And almost all of our travel expenses do get reimbursed by the state. So I know that looks like we spend a lot of money on them because we do. We've had to fly people from Alaska, from Florida, from all over the place because they were the victims of sexual assault or something like that. And we needed them here to testify. But those items, we felt our office fills out all the proper paperwork, and a lot of that, probably close to 90% of it gets reimbursed by the state.
Does it get reimbursed back into the general fund?
Yes,
Yes.
it
I
doesn't.
just don't see it on. the
Goes
account.
into a revenue line instead of an expense line.
Right, so it's
It
not,
offsets it.
yeah, it's not reflected on my budget directly.
But that's
Uh,
good to know that it does. Thank you.
Yes, and also whenever we do bond forfeitures and we recover those funds for the county, those funds don't get reflected in our budget, but they do come back to the general fund. And things like that, that we try to help and make sure the courts move smoothly. Judge Bianchi asked our office to also start doing his bond forfeitures this year, so now we do them for the county court and the district court to try to bring in some revenue there. So that's when someone does not appear for court when they are supposed to, their bond gets forfeited. The bonds companies are supposed to be liable for those amounts. Or if they have a cash bond, then we already have those funds and we're able to keep them. So if no one does the proper paperwork and no one takes it to court, then we don't ever see that money. So we're working on making sure that we get all those processes taken care of. Does anyone have any questions about this budget before I move on to the next?
Question for the auditors. The Social Security and all the other benefits, are those reflecting an added attorney?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
they are. So
Just wanna
as your
make sure.
salary line increases, it's just natural that your benefits lines will increase with it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Judge Bauer just wanted me to point out that the faster we can move the cases, the less attorney's fees get paid. And also the less time they're spent in jail, so the sheriff doesn't have to house them. So we're trying our best, but we are only two people and I have a lot of outside obligations to the office that don't include felony cases. So a lot of it's unfortunately resting on Jacqueline's shoulders. So it would be really beneficial if we could have an additional person. So that's what I'd be asking for to start in January. Which potentially will have a room for them to be in the new building. Otherwise, we'll make it work.
Is there also, is there like a formula where you have to complete a certain amount of cases in order to qualify for some grants?
Right.
I get the emails every day. I just, it shows our percentage and where we're at.
Right, we have to close 90%
That's it.
of the cases. And it rolls on an annual basis, but we're not talking about this year like it's in the past. And they do an average and you have to have closed at least 90% of them or else you lose a lot of grant funding. And those are only tied to criminal cases. Our Class C tickets don't count into those numbers, but the misdemeanors and the felonies do count. So they have to be closed in a certain way, either dismissed or pled out or taken to trial. And so when we have big dockets that are lingering, if they've been lingering for years, it does affect those numbers. And those grants, that grant money goes to pay for a lot of things that have nothing to do with my office, but road and bridge and services like that, they are the ones that benefit from those grants. And we want to make sure that they can continue to get them.
So this position will help
Yes.
make sure we make that 90% mark.
Right.
Yeah.
And several years ago, I know Nueces County ended up not fulfilling their 90% obligation. I think they lost a lot of money in grant money. So it is something that the state takes seriously. It's not just a hollow threat. I think that's all for this budget. If you don't have any more questions. Okay, and I'd be happy if you guys think of some more, you know where to find me. So I also have to cover the law library fund, which is page 98.
It's Fund 470 on your tab.
Which one is it?
470.
Oh, 470. Okay.
Yeah. And the actual budget page, I guess, is page 100. So most of you probably remember that a few years ago, I switched switch us over into an electronic law library, which is computer-based instead of actual book-based. And until we move into the new courthouse, the books that we have currently are going to stay in my office. But once we move into the new courthouse, there's not going to be a spot for them. So we'll talk about how to properly send those to someone else who could use them. Plus, at some point, they'll be out of date. But we're sticking with the electronic law library. To be fair, neither the paper nor the electronic law library actually gets a lot of use. Not a lot of people come in to use them, but we do have it. It does work. It's significantly cheaper to do the electronic version than the book version, which is why one of the main reasons why I switched over. And because I think it's more user friendly for people who don't have a legal background. So the only thing I think that changed is the cost of the subscription went up by $500. And then the line item that talks about furniture, we don't buy new furniture every year or anything like that. But in the event someone breaks the chair or breaks the desk or breaks the computer, I do like to have some money put in the budget there if it needs to be replaced. So far, we've been good with the one relatively cheap desk we bought and the normal chair we bought, and everything works kind of fine since, like I said, it doesn't get a lot of use. Any questions with that? There's no big changes there. Westlaw just increased our subscription fees. Okay, so then we have the asset forfeiture fund.
That's Fund 485. I mean, 485, yes.
Which is a page 106. And I don't think I've talked to Commissioner Dupnick about this fund before. So you might not be aware. It's different than other funds. The money that goes into this fund is money that we're awarded through forfeiture cases. And I have the sole discretion within some legal parameters on what that money can be used for. I do have to make a budget. But to be fair, you guys don't get to decide what the money's used for. As long as I'm following the law, I get to decide what it's used for. And in the past, I had allotted quite a fair amount of money to buying a new vehicle for our investigator. By the end of this year, that goal will be satisfied. So I've taken that item off of the budget for next year, so we won't need to buy a new vehicle every year. But we will, there's some money in for maintenance of the vehicle, you know, oil changes, new tires, things of that nature. And one of the things that I can also do with the money is donate it to specific nonprofit organizations. So there's a few $1,000s allotted to that every year. And
Is that shown on here?
yes, it's under donations.
Okay.
So I'm proposing that in next year's budget, I should have at least $5,000 to donate. In the past, we've donated to the Child Advocacy Center, which is the center that interviews the children who are victims in our cases.
And to any other entities or that one?
They have to meet the requirements that they are nonprofit agencies. Just for legal reasons.
So we don't recover a lot of money every year.
We don't recover a lot. There are some other counties, like when I lived in Claiborne County or worked in Claiborne County. So they can get like $1 million a year. So they have a lot to do with their money and they like fund employees and things like that with their forfeiture fund. We recover smaller amounts. We're doing a bit better this year, actually. But I anticipate making that big expenditure for the vehicle and then just kind of maintaining things. And if we get another big amount, then I'll take that in consideration the following year. If there's any other big expenses that we might need that I don't want to ask the county for.
So your office supplies went from 500 to 7,500. That seems significant.
I think that's the motor repair and maintenance line.
Oh, the office supplies.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's not right. Oh, would that include furniture for office supplies?
No, typically your furniture is in your capital. So,
Chris.
well, normally it's under 570, but you don't have a 570 in this.
Okay,
budget.
I put money in maybe the wrong line item, but my intention was that we could use some of our asset forfeiture money to buy furniture for when we move into the new courthouse. Because I know that that's not budgeted for everyone and every piece of furniture. And I wanted to have some money set aside to make sure at the very least that we have the minimum that we'll need. So if I need to buy like a extra large conference table or something, I don't know how much those cost, but I'm sure they're very expensive.
And then I just had a question, and I understand we don't really have seen it, and that's okay.
Mhm.
But year to date, it shows $99 in forfeited assets, but we're thinking we're gonna get 25,000 for the year. Is that optimistic?
We've actually gotten more money than that this year.
We just had some significant deposits with just this last week.
Right, because I look at the money that we have pending for forfeiture. And yes, I anticipate a significant amount, but either way, I can't spend any of this money if I don't have it. So I can budget it for next year, but if the well runs dry, then I can't spend it. But if I don't have it budgeted, then I can't spend it even if I get it. So I like to be optimistic that we will forfeit the money that we already have pending and continue to raise a little bit more. But as in the past, if I don't have the money to spend, then I can't spend it anyway.
It's a pretty significant amount. I think it's pretty close to $10,000 just this week.
Yeah, we had
There was a $7,500 one and then another one that I know of that went in.
we've had some success on that part. Any other questions about this fund? Okay, last one. Page 120 to 122. The pretrial intervention fund.
It's Fund 560.
Are we all there?
Is this healthcare sales tax?
No, pretrial intervention fund, Fund 560, page 122.
Oh, 560, I'm sorry. I thought you said 550.
I don't want anything to do with the health.
That's like, oh,
I got enough budgets. Okay, there's not a significant change here. We had some discussion, I had some discussion with the auditor's office on which line item to actually put the money coming in and the money coming out. It's not different money, it's just we needed to lock down where that money was gonna go. Because these line items were already in place before I got here. Essentially, if we sign up people on the pretrial intervention, they pay $500. I don't get that money and I don't need that money. There's very specific things I can spend that money on. And the main one is for people to actually watch over them while they're on pretrial supervision for pretrial intervention, which is like a probation, like an unofficial probation. And if you do everything you're supposed to do, then you don't have a conviction on your record. So one of the main things that I can do under statute is I can give that money to the probation office for their work in supervising the individuals. Because after the paperwork's done, I'm not doing anything. And I don't think that I should be keeping any of that money. So basically, this just reflects that any money that comes in goes out to the probation office to help support them and help pay for what they're doing, meeting with someone every month, sending them to classes, watching over them, making house calls, things like that. And this is our goal because it's approximately like half of one person's salary. Because we share our probation officers with multiple counties. So it was my goal to try and pay for at least half of one person.
All right.
No
Thank
question?
you.
Okay, can we go back next door? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The court
Yes, ma'am.
on one time, and this is on 16. Ms. Oster reminded me that on the pettit jury expenses that have increased to the $56, we do get that refunded or state. refunds us for those expenses. So it's basically a wash. So that's good news for the commissioners to get today. It's a wash, but we do have to go ahead and budget for it because sometimes those checks don't come quite as quickly as we need them to disperse. So I just wanted
Good
to.
news. It's good news.
It is good
Yeah.
news. Yes, yes. That was not a unfunded mandate by the state.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
They are.
Thank you.
But thank you, Judge. Thank you, Amanda.
Al?
Yeah, you're back
Well.
again, huh?
Just stretching my legs just.
Well, I brought some pictures just because I thought they were interesting that I found them. Of the transfer station. Of the good old transfer station.
What page are we looking at?
40.
14.
Whoa, isn't that?
Bless you.
So this is my first time, so I don't know what you want me to say.
Well, let me ask you a question, because this morning was a long time ago. We talked about this. Do I recall that what we show here under 103 salary regular full-time employees? The amount proposed for 2024 does not reflect that supervisory and training that we just approved.
Correct.
So to this 269, 780, we're gonna add 50 something.
Correct.
And is that 50 something plus burdens, or
Well,
50 is inclusive of it?
Let me get that. I brought it here. So to that particular line, it would be 37,900 to the 103. Then what makes up to the 55,039 that I gave you in Commissioner's Court? That goes between all the benefits, all the line item of 140 through 205.
So when we get the revised budget, it will have that amount in and
Yes,
effective burdens, and
It
it will
will.
have the date down there saying
will.
revision. Something. Okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Didn't look like you were really adding too much than $2,000 motor vehicle repairs.
You don't anticipate any more machinery or big, oh, I'm on environment, my
No,
bad.
we're on environmental health.
Environmental health. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misspoke. The numbers I gave you was gonna go into the 510 fund. Transfer station, that's not environmental health.
I don't have mine now.
That is gonna be on your tab 510, but do you guys want to stay on environmental health, which is page 4?
Stay on that right now.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah, let's finish it.
I just had wanted some clarification on 492 septic permit fee. Now, that's a revenue we normally get, so what is,
We also have to pay a portion of it in the state.
okay, we pay that thing. Okay, thank you, appreciate that.
So for the environmental health, we didn't really have a lot of needs necessarily. Some of our, our vehicles, although they came here and there. Polishers to identify the code enforcement guys when they go out. I have one, two. It's been requested that we get a new camera, we keep going back and fixing our little camera that they have, the code enforcement, we have 2 code enforcement gentlemen.
We haven't added that line in though. What L is on your uniforms? Right. Yeah, I have not added that into this spreadsheet. She's requesting, that's another $1,000 for a uniform line item.
So we don't have the line item on here,
No,
but it will be added and
I
it'll be
will add
$1,000.
it. Yes, ma'am.
What's that number?
It's going to be 120,590,496.
So 496, under the septic permit fees. 96 uniforms.
Yes.
And that way, when they go up to houses, people know who they are. One of the gentlemen requested a new camera, we are carrying that often, and then the subject permit files are jam packed. And we can get more stuff. So. It's better file space for that.
How big's that filing cabinet for 1,400?
The medical ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like you have in a doctor's office.
Yeah.
So, you need that for 2024.
Yeah. We're just gonna-
So I think the county clerk's office is getting rid of some. Is this, am I right, Misty?
Regular filing cabinets.
Oh, not the,
Not
Yeah. Yeah, we.
oh, okay, never mind.
Oh.
Oh, okay,
We're perfectly happy with it, just one or old one, we just have to be able to find them.
okay, okay.
So, if you can find one, that'd be great. Doctor's office. Right. So those are just the needs for, the request for environmental. And then,
So what's the next page number?
Okay, let's see. Let's go to mosquito was gonna be first before 84. So it'll be your fund 400 on your tabs.
Right.
And here also, Elle has requested a uniform line under this department that's not here right now for $500.
So we're looking at page 84.
yes. So of course, we'll have, an increase in the kind of goals. So you can see the frame, our vehicles are a little older than mosquito trucks that we use. Are a little older, that will, so have repair costs that go with them. I wanted to get the guys, the mosquito guys, a t-shirt for some cats, identify them. I had an incident about maybe a month or so ago where the, city of Rockport service department or where they are, their trucks all at, actually got broken into, and then they stopped our field control guys to make sure that they were Ramsey County employees. None of them had badges, none of them haven't had any identification, so it was just a matter of phone call, because people that work for you guys. Because they're out late. One of the big things with mosquito trucks is just really, they're out, they were out from 9 p.m. until 3 a.m. and they're driving down Fancy, Adolfo, some of those scarier roads. So when a tire goes out, or a truck doesn't run, and they are stuck on the side of the road, they're calling for help. Please come get me. You need to get out of here as quickly as possible. So that's why we just want to make sure that they're always going to be able to work the model, because the mechanic was not on duty at that time. We told them that they need to call dispatch immediately, get themselves towed back to the yard, so that there's not a safety concern. Run at first I did, but I think it's a little too much, but the 15,000 for the purchase of one new sprayer. I'm not sure, but I think it's more like 7,000. So I look back and it that 20,000 with the 3 sprayers. Back in 2022.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah, so I was gonna say that like still around 7, maybe 10,000 at the most.
So that could come down.
So what's the age of your trucks? I know normally we
Cycle
used
them
to
through.
cycle some out.
Right. I don't know that ages off the top of my head, but the mechanic said that there's one that we should
Needs to go.
probably replace. And so that's why we're just requesting the one truck. And how it works is that it comes to environmental health, we utilize it there until it gets worn down.
That's it.
And then we pass it down to mosquito control. Because once they go to mosquito control, all the chemicals basically destroy the truck. Right? So, that's the request for why we would like to have the truck for that part. If there's ever an incident or another hurricane, we need all this mosquito trucks.
I'm surprised there haven't been a lot more mosquitoes than what.
This year, I think there's.
That's probably
The
right.
sprayers?
Probably right.
Yeah. And they're doing the dump, so that's.
So the 35,000 is for the anticipation of a new truck.
Correct.
Can you get a truck for 35,000?
Hesitant on that amount.
y'all usually buy like the little Rangers and stuff like that, not the big full-size truck.
Yeah, we buy those, Chevy Colorado, this is the last one that we have. Truck prices are just gonna continue to go up. I assume.
All right, you ready to move on? Fund 510,
Is question on mosquito fund, where does it come from?
a tax. That's a
It's
portion of the.
It's all this is based on the tax.
Healthcare sales tax,
And
isn't it?
healthcare sales tax also. They get like 1/100 of a penny of the general fund tax. And then, the rest of it is healthcare.
On the healthcare tax.
Here is where we have the revenues on the screen. I don't know if you can see that.
I see it.
So what's the next page number?
Fund 510, your tab, I don't know the page.
Page 150.
I don't think we have a 510.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, it's gonna be
down-
later in the book.
It's toward the bottom. It's covered up by 440. Look under 440.
Oh, okay.
It's under our enterprise fund section.
Right, so here's where we're gonna add that supervisor and training.
Right, yes, ma'am.
So the largest thing in this department would be asking for upfront loader.
Is that the 295 or?
It's part of that. So the front loader would cost about approximately 265. And then we looked at putting up about 500 feet of station railing around the dumpster area. So that we don't have the people falling into the dumpster area. And then I had another $10,000 on there for the covering of the dumpsters at night. So when the dumpsters have debris left in them overnight, they are supposed to be covered. Right now, we don't do that. We don't have the do that. But it's either you put a big canopy over the top of them, which we know will get destroyed, because we'll go back into it, or when the guys are pushing down the stuff. So we kind of like, this would be a better, easier idea just to cover them at night. It would take probably about 15-20 minutes to cover a dumpster. And then we will have, hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have 3 of us with our municipal solid waste licenses. That that means you have additional things that you need to go through to pick up your license.
Be a dumpster driver.
Yeah.
What was the other thing you said, Al, besides the front loader and the covers for the dumpsters?
$10,000 for the covers of the dumpsters, and then we had the 25,000 for the railing to go around.
Oh, safety railing.
Safety railing to go around.
Okay.
And we're looking at an option where part of it could be removed, so we can still bring dump trailers up there. And they would still have an area that they can dump into.
Okay.
For pickup trucks to go to our other section. The supervisor, the assistant supervisor, the operator, and myself have all visited the Corpus Christi transfer station and spoke to them down there. And kind of got a lot of advice from them as to what would be good for the future for Ramsey County and the transfer station as far as growth. The community is growing. So we need to start looking at that. They purchased 92 acres in the Corpus Christi for the expansion of theirs. So those are just things that we're looking for in the future. Joe Martin, who was our driver, one of our drivers, did just recently pass the MSWD license. So he is our first with that. So we're very excited about that. The other thing would be just new trucks. We have 3 trucks that go down to Corpus Christi pretty much every day or week. Those trucks that go on there very often. They rip, they get. So we have a little bit more $high-dollar parts that can probably last at least 6 months. So that's about $5,000 there.
And that's all under machinery and equipment.
That is actually under miscellaneous repairs and maintenance.
Oh, okay.
5,000.
Are those tarps, are they fairly light? Wonder what they weigh. I don't know if you've ever seen, but the tarp that we used You know, a lot of billboard signs, they're actually on what is like a tarp that has a vinyl covering on one side of it. And there are companies who, when they take those down, cut them into different sizes and sell them. And that, you know, even when they take them down, the ones that we used to use were real good quality.
These
Matt
trucks
Cole.
are, you know, they're on the truck, so they're specifically built for the truck. And
Yeah.
they pick up profit.
Yeah, it's got a rail and all that around the deal, but I don't know if you could adapt. That material is pretty good.
And I have $5,000 additional signage. Most of the signage that we get, the stop signs, those kind of things are things that we repurpose from road and bridge. Signage. We just kind of bring it over to our place, flatten it down. Put it up with stuff.
And what line item did you put that in?
Miscellaneous supplies for $500.
Something that you might
313.
look into when, you know, when you're going to one of your schools. I remember one of the
313.
conferences I went to one time, there was
Oh.
a county in East Texas that I believe they said basically a hardware store. That it was stuff that they took out of what was thrown away. And, you know, I guess it was a recycling deal. They might have got a grant to do it. But they had a building where they, you know, I know every time I've ever went, I saw somebody throwing something away that looked brand new. But this place, like doors and anything that you could think of that was good, they had this warehouse and they had a store there that they sold it. And people would come out there and actually, you know, some people that were doing construction to make a new building that looked old, they were buying all of their stuff from the dump or the.
Well, I know Habitat for Humanity is trying to bring a restore here to bring. So she and I have kind of been talking about that kind of thing where there's miscellaneous things that come to the dump that are fairly decent. And I don't know if that's. Have to look into that.
I believe this deal, that when I saw it, they got a grant to do it. And it turned out to be a pretty well used facility in their county. Not that you don't have plenty to do already.
And then our mechanic, he's he's fairly young, but he's a good mechanic, and I would like to be able to send him to training for hydraulics, those kind of things, so we can continue to be in our county mechanic. Doing a good job, he shows up every day.
That's a real.
I was gonna say, that's impressive for a young guy.
Yeah. Feel bitter.
So do you have that under conference and associations use? Is that where you?
Right.
Okay.
So there's training for mechanic, training on equipment for mechanic, and then I also put a little line item in there for food. Travel and meals.
And does she have enough money to cover all the stuff she's talking about here?
She's gonna use it up. All of her fund balance if she doesn't, she's gonna have to get some more revenues.
The guy down at the Corpus Christi talked to us about how to get more revenue. And our transportation costs were really what's going on. He said, we don't need to increase our fees right now, so we're gonna go with his advice this year. And get our transportation costs down, where we have the trucks, and then we also have 2 trailers that can handle dumpsters. But we haven't been using the trailers for the last 2 years, so we finally got one this last week up and running again. Scavenged off the other one to make the one work. But we're gonna start using that, and he said that would really help, because then we're just driving down there 1 time a day, instead of 3 times a day.
Oh
So
my
we're gonna
gosh.
cut down our gasoline.
So do we need to look into replacing the one that you scavenged off of?
We're gonna see how this one goes for the 6 months. Because
I didn't realize y'all hadn't been using those because for years, they pulled those doubles.
Yeah, so they haven't been using them for the last couple of years, and so Joe, our driver, Joe Martin, He's been practicing on how to drive it, how to back it up, so that when he gets down to Corpus Christi, he's not gonna. Take a fool of himself.
They're not all laughing at him.
No, so he's practicing and his, maiden voyage should be this week to go down to Corpus Christi.
So that'll cut your traveling expenses in half roughly.
That's what,
Maybe 2/3.
if we can cut our trips down to 1, 2. Because right now we're making about 3 to 4 trips, 3 to 4 trips a day. So driving down, it takes them about 3 hours to do a trip. So we have, some days we'll have 2 drivers.
So how many drivers do you have?
We have 2
Just
drivers.
two.
We have one that works Monday through Thursday and the other one works Tuesday through Friday. Depending on how much crash debris comes in on Saturday is really what really stock, piles up on Monday. So that's where Joe can come in and he'll have us for dumpsters ready to go. He'll come in early and get those done, to work, so we have something to get those done real quick. Not really quick, but we'll be back. About 5 o'clock. Hopefully, we'll see how this goes this month, using this trailer. Not causing any accidents, again, he's got a big truck and has a trailer on the back, so it's gonna be time for him to learn. He's good though, he's a federal driver.
Oh, wow, that's good.
Yeah.
A little downgrade on the quality of the vehicle, though, probably. Then.
So then, as Andrew gets better, we'll test him out a little bit, take him here and there, further. Have him practice a little bit with the trailer and see if he's willing to go, and then when we get ready to hire a driver next year. We will make sure that driver knows how to do a trailer.
And who's Andrew?
Andrew Travis, he used to work at Road and Bridge.
Yes, he did. And now he's a driver.
Now he's a driver with them. I think that's been for at least 6 months.
Or more, probably a year.
And that's working out all right?
Good. He shows up to work every day.
It's a good thing.
That is the most important thing. I have to do transportation people, they're there, and they are a family, and they are.
This day and time, that's a big thing to say.
That says a lot.
And I say that the majority of them will be license for.
Have you ever
That's
figured
good.
what one trip does cost you right now for as far as your vehicle and your driver loaded?
I have not.
I was just curious.
Yeah, well, it took 3 hours of his time to drive down there, yeah. I have to do a little now.
Thank you.
Sounds like great things going on out there.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and it's really great to have the time to talk to them and meet with them and get their ideas. They're the ones who are telling me what we need around here. How we can. That's been really.
Looks good.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So. That's it then?
That's it.
Hey, and I texted Mike and he said he can definitely be here at 10 tomorrow.
At 10, okay.
I guess do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do I have a second? All right, got a motion, got a second?
Yeah.
We have a second. Bubba seconded. All right, let's vote.
Commissioner Casterline, Commissioner Russo. Aye. Commissioner Dubnik. Judge Garza.
Aye, thank you. We are adjourned. See you tomorrow.
And maybe David could come in at 10:30 since the band is already done.
Okay. I'll text him right.
Because I'd really like to hear David's too. I mean,
Sure that we had 6 left tomorrow. The background is on it now. Yeah, he's up here. Yeah.
David, Mike, the sheriff.
What time did you say? 10:30?
If David could come at 10:30
Okay.
instead of 11, that would just be a half-hour adjustment for him. And he's usually willing to come in.
Judge Bianchi, you gotta tell you something.
That's how we were told.
Oh, my gosh. Bring this behind my concert. So is the house.
We do Judge Bianchi.
All right, David said yes.
Did you say? Something?
David said yes, 10:30.
Yeah, that's all I was thinking. That's all I was thinking. Kind of like the other judges in a way. Right.
I know a little bit about it.
That's all, that's what I was asking you.
So we're gonna do David Reed at 10:30.
David Reed at 10:30, all right.
Not a first one?
Mike Garrow, no. First one, it looks like Pam Hurd. And then Blake Brown, then Ginger, then Mike, then David Reed.
I was telling Elle, wasn't that something a novel idea to start asking employees what they need?
Yeah,
That'd been good on the courthouse.
Thank you.
That was done.
Huh?
It was done.
Was,
Yes, sir.
well, somehow it never got. Somewhere down the line, there's a major failure.
Yes, sir. Which was why I was so
Disappointed.
maybe tough. this morning.
Well, it's.
Oh, I'm disappointed.
Well, I mean, it's,
Getting into large amounts of dollars.
yes, exactly. I
And it's
agree.
not showing any sign of.
And
being-
it's not, and the thing is, it's not finished.
I think you're still on. But you know what? I worked for the incident. I don't have much. You know, I know.